Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to this morning's proceedings of the TRRC. Imam, you have the floor if you can offer some prayers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Rahman Rahim Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
آمين.
إنا فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا هو الذي أنزل السكينة في قلوب المؤمنين ليزدادوا إيمانا مع إيمان ولله جنود السماوات والأرض وكان الله عليما حكيما. بحرمة اللهم فصل وسلم وبارك على هذا النبي الكريم سيد سند العظيم ذو القلب الرحيم سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين الحمد لله رب العالمين. الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amen. Shukran, Imam Jallo. Bishop, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Gracious and eternal Father, the Creator and Sustainer and Provider of all humankind throughout the whole wide world, we continue to beseech Thee that You send upon all of us Your gracious mercy, Your love on each and every human being living throughout the whole wide world. Grant us a spirit of patience. Grant us a spirit of love and respect for each and every human person that is in the world. And grant each and every one of us to live our lives in an ordered way. We continue to commit the witnesses that will come before the TRRC this morning hour, and we ask that You will grant them the boldness to speak the truth. Grant the commission the discerning spirit to discern between truth and falsehood, and also grants the population and the diaspora the willingness and the patience to allow the due process to take its proper course. This we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, indeed, Bishop Podeko. Councillor, you may proceed if you are ready with this morning's witness.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners and members of the audience. We are ready to proceed with this morning's witness.
Thank you.
Thank you. I, Lieutenant Colonel Amadou Bojang.
I, Lieutenant Colonel Amadou Bojang.
Do swear.
Do swear that
I will speak the truth.
I will speak the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bojang. Welcome to the TRRC.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Bojang, I know that you are proficient in the English language, but we do interpose interpretation in one of the local languages. So in which language would you wish your testimony to be interpreted into? Or if you wish, you can also speak in any of the local languages.
In Mandinka.
Do you want to speak in Mandinka, or you wish your testimony to be interpreted into Mandinka?
I want to speak English.
You want to speak English? That's good. Thank you very much. You have taken an oath to speak the truth. It is a criminal offense under the laws of this country to lie under oath. It is also an offense to provide false information to the TRRC. Mandinka interpretation, please.
Akamum for a legal counsel coming for an intiko. Na banko kanjang wairi al-Qur'anu mutayekali. Woto luatinya lominti yena kuma soto balofo. Afulanja wa TRRC nyatilimu la jang. Luatinya lemfanan koteke yena kuma soto balofo TRRC nyatilimu la ninkufulo lubemu luatinyalti legal counsel kawle lead counsel kawle kwendi mateng malom bitu foya fahamu wanyale bang.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And please speak up.
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
Kaya fahamu le.
You know you have been adversely mentioned. Witnesses who have alleged that you participated in their torture at Holgam.
Yalan nako komin sedo mi yalan ko diamuta jang yeto fole ko idabulata mol kono mi yalan ko wolle tajirinte ya Holgam dinkirato.
And that you are also responsible for their unlawful detention.
Andum fana ye blole kamina ke mabo ke sindidula killing abe sababo suntetal.
Can you confirm that you have been confronted with these allegations?
Sa lefta ye woto senandi ko yo nyin tumiro ya nati nyati no walale.
And that you have responded to them in writing.
Andu inata na jabiro kele ye safaro ke ka ku tumiro nyin jabi.
Yes, I do.
Mbota kalamale.
Could you sign your statement? Could you take a look at it? And sign it. I have a copy. The more important things are from paragraph 22 onwards. The rest is your personal information and some of your experiences before all this. But examine this statement and satisfy yourself that this is the statement you had given and then you signed it.
Yalan sign yung kuma kongol mimbe safarinteng. Isa jibe koten asenkan jibe koten pura sene mako ni muita fongolo kuma kongol leti jangi ba sign la.
It's my statement.
Please sign it. You can keep it there for the time being. And we would exhibit it and then take it from you. So, Mr. Witness, what are your full names?
My name is Amadou Bojang.
What is your date and place of birth?
I was born on the 4th of August 1970 at Bakau.
August 1970.
Please provide
briefly your background information. Sa fo mole telen jumati.
Background information. School, enlistment into the army, promotions and all that.
I attended junior primary school in
Na
Nyomi,
junior primary karambugol to Nyomi.
and I proceeded to St. Augustine's Senior Secondary School.
Mbota utu nata St. Augustine Senior Secondary karambugoto.
That is Pajuv, right?
Wala Pajuv tiba.
Yes.
Ah.
Then from there, I enlisted into the then Gambia National Gendarmerie in 1989.
Between 1989 sankono birimbota karambugoto utumole ndumta Gambia National Gendarmerie.
In the Gambia National...
You did not do any high school, correct?
Akam dogo ema high school okade.
Not formal.
Ani.
Could you answer again?
Ajabi kote.
Not formal for high school.
Amunta manta nyin karambumbalto meni alon ko be loring.
Could you explain what you mean by that answer?
Wo iso fo nya sene no bay wo koto moneti.
Which means I did not proceed to high school. I did it privately.
Wala mintinda manta nyin karambumbalto de ngakarango ke mfayenne.
And tell us about it.
Afonya ba ya ke nyame.
I went to Nusrat to do a private GC.
Ntata Nusrat le na GC ilundi kontibo ke mfaye karala.
Which year?
Sanjuma.
This was in 2004.
In 2004 samalete.
You were enlisted in the Gendarmerie in 1989.
89, yes.
Kam to ko gendarmerie idunta num jele do ko la 1989 sanko.
And 15 years later,
sanjitani lulu ko nyato
you did private O levels.
Inata na karando ke ka me private O level fan ye karam.
In which subjects?
Yeah.
Karam la sili jumalu.
I did English.
Na angale kamoke.
And I also did maths.
Na sifaro ke wala mkontoti.
And I did government.
Na mansakunda kunyalu fanan karang.
These were the three areas that I did.
Na yin fanna sabolle karang.
3 O levels.
Yes.
Saba, ye
Do you realize that in O levels,
foyalo nako comme O level karangani?
That is a straight fail.
Wo mulunta ko man gagner soto jede.
No, I don't know.
Malo ngonya.
Because in O levels,
Kato ni O level ke.
it's by aggregate.
Ka fo mi aggregate comme ni ya karangal ye mago mage mi soto ya be kafunyon.
Do you understand that?
Yo fahamle.
Yes.
Could you explain what that means?
Afo mo le wo koto moneti.
Since you understand it.
Kato ya iko ya lon.
I don't understand what you mean.
Ma fahamu ila kumokuto mmendi.
So when you said you understood, you in fact did not understand.
Sa natre to ko ya fahamle ngamun foye. Poto akam to ko ma faham ma long kamun foye.
And it is surprising that you did O levels and you did not understand the system.
Wakata jakal koti ye O level okay, but hanisanga ala kuol kata nyame mo faham no.
The subjects that I felt I should repeat when I don't pass them well in the secondary fourth are the subject that I repeated in the O level.
Na secondary fourth. Londi kontibo menke manganye subject ko menuto nata wolle ke nusrat faye karawni na sinola karola.
I don't want to belabor the point, but do you have a certificate to show that you did these exams?
Man la fi kanyeke nyunkuo kan kanyoka nyunkuo kan bake. But for hanisa yes certificate also dalaba.
Yes, I do.
And of course the Gambia National Army would have that certificate.
Gambia soldier
it should be in your file.
If there are some certificates that perhaps you would not want to put them in your file, they are just for your personal upkeeping. In my file is secondary fourth certificate, that is there.
Secondary fourth certificate.
But you attained a higher certificate, but you did not put it in the file.
Sa kam to ko ye karamba kele mi alon ko ye exam o keje bari mo bulela file ko.
Even there are some courses that I did not put in my file.
Hani karango dol fanalu bije mawul fanalu kayto kenna file ko.
Okay, after your testimony, you can go with the investigators and then you give them a copy of the certificate?
Say, ni pareta jang, ini na kisi lal mol sita nole, ye la of certificate olta ya photocopy ya dila.
Agreed?
It's on.
Because all this is important to determine your truthfulness.
You'll be kumadare purka jiberke fo ibe to nyale fo kan commissioner eba.
English, maths, and government. Those are the 3 subjects you did.
Subject sabolio damarek.
And what ranking were you given in your certificate?
Sa yamun makamale dira ilo certificate odo.
I will not remember now.
Hakilo mamuda saying.
But that is something that everybody will remember.
You
sit O levels, you want to know, you would definitely know what division you get. Even common entrance, everybody would remember what mark they scored. You're laughing, you know that is the truth. I tell you, here no matter how you do it, or how you fit it, we will catch you. You did not do O levels.
I said I did not do it as a career, but I did not do it formally, but I did it privately. This is what I have said.
Okay. You will produce the certificate, and then we will see it. And don't tell us it is lost.
Perhaps where I kept them, they also get lost.
If you suddenly lose them. But for what it is worth, O levels, your 6 best subjects are aggregated.
Yalong ye O level kalong. Ye subject so ye minka mi yalong ko ye ganye soto je bake e ko kafu nyomale.
And then they give you a division.
Sa ni o kedore sa fo ko komi ye number min soto.
But if you do only 3 subjects,
but sa nata ye subject sabada maleke.
You would not qualify to have a division.
Ni wote ite sila pour ye fonctionner ka fo me division pour ya be kafu nyoma kafu.
So in the whole honesty, I don't know much about that, but I did the 3 subjects for the first time, and that was that. And this was at Nusrat High School. But
and Nusrat High School would also have those records.
And Nusrat High School, was suffering more better.
They could, but I was having a private teacher who was taking me on some of the areas subjects.
Okay, what grade did you score in government?
Side for government, you water.
Grade 8.
Grade 8.
And and in English?
English still is 8. I did not do well in them.
And maths?
Maths, I failed it.
Maths, no,
and that would be a 9, isn't it?
That's true. I did not perform well.
So already 3 subjects aggregate 25.
That is why I said those type of certificates, you cannot put them in your file.
Proceed, please, and tell us more about your education and your progression in the army.
When
I passed out in 1990, I was posted to Charlie Company.
During pass out, soldier yala karola from bank 1990. Yen Samba Charlie Company.
Commonly known as Mobile Zanamori.
ka fole mobile gendarmerie wala menu gendarmerie la bunda men katani nak.
And from there I was posted to the armory.
Rimbato to yen samba kidubumoto. Jorangul katara dami.
And I served as the armory clerk.
Ntele keta safer lati wo jorangul labumoto je clerko.
And from there I was posted to the RSM's office.
Rimbato to yen samba RSM la office
and as an RSM clerk.
Nketa auto fanan clerko te safer la.
But at the same time also as an instructor.
Wandu noto fanan nketa fanan moti menka dolu fanalu karandi.
Then until 1994.
For 1994.
When the Gendarmerie was, after the military coup, the Gendarmerie was disbanded and amalgamated into the army. Then I was redeployed as a military intelligence officer. And in 1995,
in 1995,
I was posted to Farafenya as an infantry soldier.
Yen samba Farafenya nketa soldier roti je kafome infantry wala soldier do kulalu.
This was until 1998.
Until 1998,
and I was posted to the Gambia Armed Forces Training School.
Kutumola yen samba Gambia la soldier la karambo nyinto.
Then in 1999,
between 1999 Shankono,
I was sent to the Ghana Military Academy and Training Schools.
And ki Ghana la sojar karamboto eka sojarul karandidami.
As a platoon sergeant's course, Army Combat Training School.
Rumeta platoon sergeant la londo karang menketa kelo la nya kunyaluti.
Of course, this time
was an NCO course, correct?
That was an NCO course.
NCO course that for.
NCO karangoleti.
And this time around, I was a sergeant.
And sino saying nketa sergeant
in 2006.
2006 samakono.
There was a Royal Gibraltar course organized in the Gambia.
Ntarta Royal Gibraltar londi karangoto me alonko yake Gambia janne.
And after performing as the best student,
I
was recommended to go to the United States of America for a course. I first went to the staff non-NCO academy. And from there I proceeded to the Marine Corps Recruiting Depot in San Diego.
In
2007, I was sent to Darfur as a company sergeant major. Of course, this time around I was a staff sergeant. Due to the confidence that the authorities had on me, I was not promoted, but I was lifted.
But this is normal in the military.
It's normal. It's normal. It's not special to me. It's very normal.
So your official rank
was a staff sergeant.
Staff sergeant makamu.
And the rank you carry on particular assignments may be different due to the roles you are given. That's
true, but this time as a company sergeant major.
And
the role of the company sergeant major is very tedious.
Company sergeant major palaso do ku kolena
because you manage soldiers.
Then sergeant major wouldn't not be a rank below warrant officer.
Sergeant major makamu fa manyana tara warrant officer do malaba.
No, sergeant major, you are either warrant officer class 2 or you are warrant officer class 1.
Nibe sergeant major yala wala kakenyinti ko be warrant officer class 2 wala warrant officer class 1.
But oftentimes it's below warrant officer.
But what in what
usually class 2.
Akatala warrant officer do mala for one day.
Warrant officer is these two. Either you are class 2 or class 1. Below them is the staff sergeant.
Warrant officer mu class 1 or class 2, but nebo eduma wala staff sergeant.
Proceed, please.
Continue.
And upon return from Darfur, in 2008,
2008 sankono.
and I was confirmed to warrant officer class 2.
Tumolo yana palaso londi ko mfutata warrant officer class 2.
In 2009,
In 2009,
I was commissioned as a lieutenant.
utumolem ye makamo dinna ikafume lieutenant.
And what kind of commission did you receive?
So I think commission sifale kenu yemin dila.
I received a quartermaster commission.
Nga kota master makamo commissioner le soto.
After having served for how long as staff sergeant?
Atara ye ibe do ko la staff sergeant makamo be bulu kabrin wati juma.
I was promoted to staff sergeant in 2007.
2007 lo yenga staff sergeant oti.
But of course, the duration between a sergeant and a staff sergeant was almost 8 years.
8 years.
Bari makamo membe sergeant and staff sergeant oti masanji sai.
And that was not in line with the CACOS.
Ando onin ko lula nyamanta.
I should have stayed for only 2 years,
Nyanta sanji fula le lo kelaje
or 3 years,
la sanji saba.
but it went up to 8 years.
Bara natanta hanfo sanji sai.
But of course,
Was there a reason
For dalilo be wala ba.
that you know about?
Yemin long.
you know, promotion, sometimes you may not know the reasons. It's up to the authorities. Sometimes it has to do with character, discipline, or otherwise. But my case, I don't feel it was like that.
Ka palasi la fa wo atutanya tonko lebulo tumodol asike mari jikoti wala ila do ko Kenya wala ko lulanya bar kulo me alon ko dal akatara ku nyaton ko le la karobulo.
Were your quartermaster promotion, was it to full lieutenant or second lieutenant?
La kota master makama la fani for full lieutenant lem ya wala dilanu ba.
It was a full lieutenant.
Yeah, lieutenant timmari wala dinna.
In Gambia, shouldn't it be to captain?
Gambia jam fa manya na kila captain makamol tiba.
That's correct.
How did you feel when your promotion was to lieutenant?
Ye mune kalamuti bala kabri ye la makamo la fa lieutenant keke lieutenant.
I felt it could have been otherwise.
Najele ko asekeno nyado nyama
But I don't have an option.
bari feredo tembulo.
I have to solder it.
Funga tawonya.
Then 2012,
To 2012 sangokono
I was promoted to captain.
tumono yena palaso la fa yenke captain oti.
Then I was redeployed from the training school
Utumolo yembondi sojar karambo nyindo
to Yundum.
yen samba yundum.
In the army,
Sojar bundato.
do they have minimum qualifications for officers?
Fo ye fenko sotola mi yalan komi wala nyanta kay tandi ko ye ñun londo sotola pour que ni makama kari sotoba.
That's true.
Wutu nyalti.
And what's the minimum qualification?
Sa ñanta mun londi sifara sotola pour ye makamota.
According to the Gambia Armed Forces Standard, you must have at least O level.
Gambia sojar bunda la yirko mumenti foye O level makamo soto londo la karola.
And you must also go or start as an officer cadet.
Andu inyanta damutala damin wala officer cadet.
That is, then you will be commissioned as a regular combat officer.
Tumolo isinyin palaso dila ko itemu officiality me ya lonko isitara lori no kelo bundato.
You did not take that route.
I did not take that.
Ita mo slow tad.
Okay, but for quartermaster commissions,
For quartermaster commission,
Rukota master commission la karola.
there is a board that is constituted
Ika molle tombo menuka si akwokunna.
to look into the efficiency of certain senior NCOs.
Pour ici wo MCO lu men ya lonko ibe makamoto isi la lodula ni la du ko sambanyani a yiriko jibe.
And sometimes this has to do with people in the stores.
Andu wodun to modo la kake molle men ya lonko menu be mangasino la karola
And other threats that, they have the expertise like medics and other things.
ani men ya lonko ye no lolu soto menu ko jararo bunda ani ku ko tengol men no be tembere.
But then Gambia Armed Forces at a time,
bari Gambia la sojar bunda wato dolu
there were a lack of officers.
wo official meno nyantartar la palasol to imman soto.
And there is no training institution to train all those officers in the Gambia.
Adun karambunte Gambia jam men nyanta wo molu karandi la Gambia banko kanjang.
So they look inwards,
Bitun eka koloto le jube
identify NCOs
ye wo molu tombongo eka fumuni NCO lu
who has the potentials to become officers.
men ya lon ko ila ko ila do ko yaitandi ko sikeno le nyaton ko ti si palasol dino menula.
And perhaps also they have background courses that they have done either internally or overseas.
Andum fanan satara nyilketa molle timeni ya lonko ye karangulu kelenu asekeno e karanda banko kanjang asekeno e karanda banko e bantala bari satara e kita moluti menu karanta yo londo lu soto.
In effect, what you are saying is
that people who did not meet the minimum requirements were selected and made officers.
People who did not meet
The minimum requirements
Wala molu meni ya
were
lonko
selected and made officers.
meni ya lonko inyanta yiriko men soto no londo la karola bari imankita dala amunta ka wolle kono jube ye tombong ye nyim palas la fa kay.
I don't understand that statement. If I may read it correctly, it means those who don't have O levels to be officers.
Mela kumu famba ko nyinti meni ya lonko ma o level londo soto provision keno wo palasol to bang.
That is partly it.
Because what you said, because we did not have enough officers, so they looked inwards and took those who had the potential and made them officers.
You know, when in the army, when you talk about the requirement, it is not only academic requirement.
But that aside, there would be minimum academic requirements.
That is true in some cases.
And even for quartermaster promotion, there should be minimum academic requirements, and it should be A-level.
Quartermaster makamolem inyantaka yolondo yiriko sotala miyalo ke kafa O level
So that's the fact.
And you did not have that, did you?
and itemo soto
The minimum academic requirements of O levels you did not have.
londo yiriko me kafa O level itemo soto.
We raise this because we have to make recommendations for institutional reform.
Miaje nganyinkuo fo janteng katu nyanta ka kayitandiro kele ani sahab sutero miltata doku bundal la fanal komi nyanta ke tamande.
You would agree with me that a good number of the officer corps in the army did not have the minimum academic requirements.
Ebe son namala ko mo jamal mi yalon ko be doku la wo sojar bundal nyindo imo wo londi yiriko mi yalon ko kafa O level imo soto.
The minimum academic requirement, they don't have it.
That's true.
And in fact, most of the senior officers, you have a lot of lieutenant colonels who are just 2 promotions from general, who have nothing beyond secondary 4.
Secondary 4
That's true.
Do you think that our army, our officer corps, would compare very well to the officer corps of other armies seen in the sub-region?
Sa nin ko bo nyam foyte amen to la sojar bundal iso nin sojar bundal ko tamal la mi yalan ko be gambe la tundo la bantala be gambe bantala te banku ko tangol mi be gambe bantala.
Yes.
Guess what?
You can compare them.
We can compare very well.
You can.
You think a person would attain the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Senegalese army
Yang
without even going to high school?
For mobetar Senegal soldier bunda to a lieutenant colonel makamo soto ayatra amanta karam batoba.
See, council,
yaje council
in most of the countries,
banko jamakan
they have a military academy
soldier karam mo sotole
where even raw civilians can enroll.
Kamen hani civilian ken semul fonse dum noje
You can acquire your academic certificates
isila londi kaito soto noje
to the military.
soldier ya karola
We like that
o bijele
in this country.
banko kan
And in the absence of normal,
nin ata nyanta kala no manke
you have to go with the little that you have.
biton domandi men be bulu foyni wetade
But then
That is not what we're talking about.
Amanke mbole fo kanjan.
You said our officer corps
Ntolla soldier bunda ni mol.
would compare very well
Ise wol ni banku
academically to the officer corps of the armies in the sub-region.
nana ta londo yirko la karola ise la no la nim banku kotongal
Would
mi
you
la Gambia.
compare our officers with the officers of the Senegalese army?
Fo ntolla soldier mol jang ise la no la ni Senegal la soldier mol nana ta londo la karola.
academically, no.
londo la karola hani
But professionally, yes.
bari kaldu ko nyim fanan no ha siansi o fonole
But you cannot dissociate, you cannot separate the professional from the academic.
Yalo londo ni ita bondin ita wutuno la
For instance, in the army,
do ko nyin ka nyami.
ko soldier bunda be nyami
if you are promoted,
ni la place wala fa
the burden is on the command
to ko duno be kanti wol lebulu
put you to put you to the right direction.
pour que londi silo kay nyanta tala menna
That is by giving you the right courses.
wala min di tele nyanta karan silo lu tombon na nyanta menu dilela
For instance, my case,
konte la ko ketan nyami
when I was commissioned,
briye ni place o dinna kan commission
I was sent to Nigeria
yanki Nigeria
to do my junior staff course.
datan do ko bunda nyina karango ke me yalon ko wolem junior staff course
In 2017.
2017 sango kono
And in 2019
in 2019
or 2020,
and 2020
I went back to Nigeria,
muruta Nigeria
complete my senior division.
runatan palaso ni ataw palas kilimula nyaton kap makamo karang
And I competed well.
ando ngake akende kede
Even though there are some of them with degrees.
dolu bije men ya lon ko degree makamo lu soto
That's why I said in some
This is not necessarily in reference to you personally.
Manke pro ma fo pon ite fongola ko kan bade.
You may be an exception and you do very well.
Aske ite dal mon tarawoto andu ya kele komi nyanta ka nyami kendeke.
But nonetheless, it doesn't make it right.
But hana tarawobe o matina wo keta silo timi nyanta.
That's true.
omuto nyaldi
That is true.
So you agree that it is wrong
Sondala ko ka manyang.
that in our army we promote people to high ranks to which they do not qualify.
Na soldier dingol nge sa ngala makamu kafu makadulato mi alon ko fonga alon ko komi la londo nyim mam foto ela londo yiri ko mam foto wado.
Would you answer now?
I agree.
nsonta
And in fact, it is in the interest of the army
Gobekala amiye na faaleti
that the soldiers are given ranks that are commensurate with their level of academic and professional proficiency.
soldier le nyanta makamu le dile la mi alon ko abakanyan na la anitol fon la londo yiri ko makamu ani wo be bakanyan na le.
That's true.
omuto nyaldi
You have to wait for the interpretation before you answer.
Ibe kana soro ibe badla ya kana so jani be jabiro kala.
Gambia participates a lot in peacekeeping missions.
Yaje Gambia banko ike dadum bakele na takara sabatindo la banko kotangolto.
You even participated in East Timor, even though you have jumped that one in your description of your biography.
Ite fongo yale inana tata istimo kara sabatindo la bra aflenti fang ima bulela diamol kono kabiba fokan ite mujumalati ila kuolmi yola kela balu kono.
That's true, isn't it?
That's true.
omuto nyaldi
You have to wait for the interpretation.
Ibatu kana soro la.
Thank you.
But Gambians generally did well abroad.
Gambia dingol fon ni ya jibe bake ni tata banta kata do ko keje ika kala nyama nyanta kala nyami fon.
Correct.
Omutonyalti.
But we would have done better if we sent people who were qualified for the positions they were given.
That's
true.
It is also in the interest of fairness for everybody in the armed forces that we have well-defined standards that would determine promotion. So that there would not be any favoritism.
That's true.
And the minimum standard is you have to have a particular minimum certificate before you can reach particular levels.
That's true.
And you agree that that does not exist in the army? At least from 1994 to 2017.
It is. Because currently, the Gambia Armed Forces is recruiting some medical officers, but there are some criteria that they are recruiting some cadets at the training school. I think gradually we are shifting, the command is shifting from those kind of promotions. And I think they want to take the correct measures. And I believe this is in line with the security sector reform. From 2017 to date,
about 2017
there is no such kind of promotion.
Which is a good thing. Would you agree?
It is a very good thing and is commendable on the side of the command.
Good. In your progression, you were made lieutenant, and in 2012, you were promoted to captain, isn't it?
Yes.
Captain Makamo.
Proceed from there.
Continue.
I said I was transferred to Yundum Barracks. As military police officer commanding.
Police soluti meni alonko ntetarte la kanti wala kono ila nyatonko.
While I was at the military police,
wato memfana ntarta soldier police bundala,
the provost marshals called me.
Provost marshal ni na nyatonko kono kilimo wa yankumandi.
Who was he at the time?
At that time, I believe Major or Lieutenant Colonel, I may not remember well, but it's Bahora Jaite.
Hakilo baka Bahora Jaite le matote, but for Major no for Lieutenant Colonel Motembo amanko hakilo mamudano.
He called me on the phone.
Yankumandi telephone auto
and told me, where are you?
I
said, sir, I'm on my way going home. I have closed. He told me something terrible has happened. Executive directives has come that you should be placed on the arrest.
So you were informed on telephone, by telephone?
Yes.
Was that the norm? People who were involved in some terrible situations were informed by phone that they would be arrested? Was that the norm?
Well, I may not call it a no, but in my case, that was the issue.
Your case was not serious.
But that's how they put it to me at that time.
We know that during those days, people's homes were visited at night and surrounded by all sorts of military units. Including state guards, in effecting arrests against military officers. Isn't that the case?
That was true.
So you have to wait for the interpretation. Otherwise, the video would not capture your responses. Could you answer now?
That's true. That was true.
So in your case, you had the luxury of being called on the phone to tell you that you were to be arrested.
That's true, sir.
And then what did you do when you received that information?
I turned back to Yundum Barracks and I surrendered myself. I was placed under detention.
Did they tell you what you did?
Nobody tell me anything.
How did you feel when you were brought there? You were made to surrender yourself under arrest, and you are not told what you did. At
that time I was disturbed.
Why were you disturbed?
Because I could not imagine what went wrong anytime or anywhere during that period.
Wala munkule be caring wo tembo uche kono hanufo abasabula eboku fuso lalankan.
Did you feel that this silent treatment amounted to torture? You were just sat there, you were never told what you did?
Ko ite yemin kalamute bala wala mintigo komi ye kumani nanje ye sindije mama hanifo fo e bebe daring fo wo keta fenati mi alam ka keta tajriyati balo bala bang komi be batandigan.
It is through this commission that I came to understand the better definition of torture, and now I realize that it was part of the torture.
Min commission la do ko no nata wo kalimo fahamu ka fo munemu wo tubabu county ka fo torture memu tajireyati. Min commission ko lo mfango nata wo fahamu.
But even if you do not know what the definition of torture was, you did not feel good about what happened to you at that time, did you?
It's true, I was not feeling good.
Did you feel that your rights as a citizen were being violated?
I felt like that.
And that feels terrible, doesn't it?
Yes.
And for how long were you there?
I was there for 3 months.
And during these 3 months, you did not know what you did?
I was taken to NIA once, in front of the panel. The panel was headed by Sukuta Jamme. And there are some panelists also. I cannot remember all, but I can remember a few. It was a combination of army, police, and I. From the army side, it was now Lieutenant Colonel Ablai Mane.
Saying Amari la makamo Lieutenant Colonel Long atomu Ablai Mane leti.
Go ahead.
And Captain Landin Jao.
And then Captain Landin Jao.
And then Lieutenant Nuha Williams.
And then Ikafume Lieutenant Nuha Williams.
Lieutenant Nuha Williams, huh?
Yes.
Ablai Jao.
Landing.
Lieutenant Colonel Landing Jao.
Captain.
Sorry, Captain.
Lieutenant
And then
Colonel
Lieutenant Colonel.
Ablai Mane.
Ablai Mane,
Then the NIA, I could recall Sukuta Jamme.
NIA la karolang hakile Sukuta Jamme muta.
The others, I don't know them. I don't know their name.
Lulu molu long wala na molu tulu fanal long.
In police, there is one Dabo.
Police la karola mo kilimiji ya kontongu Dabo leti.
Rabota, is it CIU?
Abota CIU.
I think.
CID or CIU?
CID la ko
Either CID or CIU, but he's from their intelligence side, but he's Dabo.
Aske CID wala CIU bari abote la kulodin kare karol Dabo la ma kontongu nyingata 2012 samole kono.
Where was this panel held?
Panel oni yakeni muntol.
It was held at NIA.
Yakeni NIA le.
Were there any state guard personnel?
Fo mol bi jele mi yalan ko mi botana man sala ko dato bang so jarol.
I cannot recall.
Hakilo mo mutano.
Any junglers?
Jombolal bi jele bang.
No.
Hani.
You were not tortured?
I was not beaten.
Hani imalipa.
You're lucky the junglers did not show up.
Manda bende jongla zulu manna.
So this was not a serious matter.
I was informed in the panel that the president has given a directives that he don't want to see me at the military police. I should be arrested and detained.
Hold a second. You were informed that the president did not want to see you at the military police.
Correct.
And therefore you should be detained.
Correct. But the main reason for the arrest was there was a former recruit.
Former recruit, eh?
Yes. And that person reported my issue to the president. That during their recruitment, we used to malhandle them. And I think the president was not happy with this. And he ordered for my arrest.
And what do you mean by manhandle?
Sometimes during recruitment, when the recruits made some offenses, you punish them. Sometimes you take them for extra PT. Sometimes when they are going for break, you can extend their period of time.
Mr. Witness, in the army that is called punishment, it's not called manhandle.
That is true.
That's
What did you do to warrant the accusation that you manhandled them?
Counsel, this matter was investigated.
Did they allege that you beat them?
No.
What kind of manhandling did they allege?
This was never explained to me in the panel at all.
All
that they told me was that, the recruit made an allegation that you are part of the instructors who used to punish them. I was arrested with Malafi Jaju, Karamo Jata, and Sirin Jallo. Sirin Jallo now is a captain.
Sirin Jallo sayo mu captain oleti.
Karamo Jata is a sergeant.
Karamo Jata sayo mu sergeant oleti.
Malafi was later in the NIA, but now I wouldn't know where he is now.
Malafi ko la ngatana atara NIA bari sayin dal malabe dami.
And this punishment, wasn't it normal? Wasn't it part of the work?
It
is part of the recruitment process.
Do you believe that your arrest and detention was lawful?
I felt it was not lawful. Because I felt that if there was such situation that may warrant the arrest of me, the commandant then at a time will frown at it. Because instructors are normally transferred from the training school. If you do what is not expected, so if 4 of us were involved in that issue that warrant the arrest, and that the command, firstly our company commanders were not aware. The commandant was not aware. Sorry, the chief instructor was not aware. And also the commandant also was not aware. The chief of defense staff was not aware. And if the matter has to be treated at the commander-in-chief's level, I felt it was an overreaction.
But that statement, it was an overreaction, that is in fact an understatement. He violated the laws of this country.
Commission I call landed Tambekela. Womukata Feneti Mialanko found. I lua letinga, lua sarol milanda, abota water.
That is true.
In effect, you saying that our then president, Yaya Jammeh, did not respect the law.
Say come for all the control law President Kotoni, Yaya Jammeh, among lua bunya.
That's true.
How did you feel about that?
I felt demoralized as an instructor. Because at that time, I was an instructor. I served in the training school for over 14 years. I felt that my departure from the school could have been more honorable. But it could not have come through that situation.
The commander-in-chief abused his power.
That's true.
Yaya Jammeh acted unlawfully.
That's true.
Did you feel betrayed by the commander-in-chief, your own commander?
That's true.
And you were detained for 3 months?
And we not ne muta minta da karisaba.
That's true.
Unlawfully?
Ani luwa manta.
That's true.
You suffered during that period, didn't you?
Ye bata bal taki wo wato ko.
While under detention,
Wato membe muto kono.
my wife called me
Namuso yam kumandi.
and informed me that my son was sick
Ayim fanyako ndimu besasarine.
and that there was no money to take him to the hospital.
Ndun kolita bulu purka dindu musamba lopitano.
I told her to borrow money
Nkai kolo donto.
in order to secure medication for him.
Fasi boro lu sotono ndingoe.
Unfortunately,
Anata ke koma sayoti
my son died.
ndimu fata.
Who do you blame?
Yo blame ola jumala kan.
I blame it on Yajame who ordered for my detention.
Ngaya jamene tumi meye kamudi kokoye muta yensindi dulakili.
Mr. Chair, we can take a break. Pause break,
Feti anzo fonyo ndi no janne.
30 minutes, and then we return.
Ma'am wanted something? Saying something? Oh, sorry. Fine, we will take a 30-minute break. Sorry, Council. We'll get to that. And so we come back at 12:20.
Yes.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Welcome back, coming from the short break. Council, if you're ready to continue, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and members of the audience. The witness is being brought in.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Sir, bismillah.
Thank you.
Before the break, you told us how you lost your child.
And
you told the commission that Yaya Jammeh is responsible for the death of your child because he had unlawfully detained you, and which made it impossible for you to be able to take care of that child when the child needed it.
Ya fo jam commission ay nyati ngol jam ko ya jam atel marling fola yefo menke dingo nyina katung atele mutaye sindi dula killing wanta ya kang nying manna ne bula purieta ye mare dingo la kola wato menne abe balu kono.
That's true.
How did you feel about Yaya Jammeh when your child died?
Ya jamel ko ta nyaadi le biring idingo nyintata ala min jodoya.
I felt that he did not help me as a commander-in-chief.
Naje ko ate mamma khayro dintele de ate dum muntol bela kunton koti.
But that is also to put it very mildly, isn't it?
Amunda mu puruka kumo sono yandilo reng for onde.
If you blame him as being responsible for the death of your child, that is different from him not helping you when you needed it.
Ninga traya jalay ko atele marling idingo la saya nyinna tumala men na mande maro dila wato men na isula tala.
Is that proceed?
But his actions were in gross violation of my right.
Amunda ala baro men ayake o mundela nyantolu tinyaleti.
After that, you were released from detention, correct?
That's true.
And reinstated in the army.
That's true. I was not dismissed.
Did you have to write a letter to beg him?
No.
Honey.
Or that condition was not placed on you?
Bari amanna no sarto o sifa landi nyate no pour fo ya dani.
No.
Ani.
But after that you were moved to Holgam.
Ro kola inari ne sound dinkira de ka foda me Holgam.
That's true.
Tonya.
How did it happen?
Keno ta nyaadi
When I was released from detention,
kabriyam bonni no wato mina yemma boy inatam bondi.
I was asked to report back to the training school.
But then
the CDS, Lieutenant General Usman Baji, informed me that he felt I will be more demoralized working at the training school. And I requested for me to be posted to Farafenye.
So
I requested. But at that time he told me, no, I will find a place within Combo here where we can post you.
2
2 weeks later, I was called by the chief instructor that I am posted to bulldozer. And,
Which year was this?
this was in 2012.
2012.
And then I expressed my dislike of the place because the job is more of police related. And I don't have much experience in that area. But he encouraged me and told me you'll be fine. And I reported.
What did you understand bulldozer to entail? What was it?
While I was under detention, bulldozer was formed. I watched the TV. I saw the security chiefs, service chiefs. But from my understanding, at that time they said there were a lot of criminalities in the country. The security outfit did not have enough or adequate resources.
And watu atara banko tanko bunda kenyal imam jorangol soto mi ala besila pour ko wokul nyin tankani
Act independently.
Ya ke faya atara momem dema.
So in order to synergize the efforts,
Sa isaje ko wala wo ibe wo kota ko min na isaje ko isa kenwa ilafta ka kenyami.
they need to form a task force
Nyanta ka fenna londi bunda londi ka fomi task force.
and give a nomenclature of bulldozer.
Sa isna to di ala ka fomi bulldozer.
That was my understanding at that time.
Tenga wala faham wo ko nyinto wo wato kono.
This task force,
In tax force woni,
what was it, which institutions or which specialties was it comprised of?
abe kono juma mun do ko bundani do bunda juma le ba kono. In bulldozer kono.
The army was there,
Sojar bunda bijela.
the police was there,
Police wala bunda fana bije.
immigration was there,
Immigration mil matra banko kono luntongal la kola wal fana bije.
NIA was there,
NIA fana bije.
fire service was there,
Fire service bije wala dimba falalti.
prisons was there,
Ni mil be do ko la kasola bundala.
GRA was there.
Jiare fana bije namo kaninal.
I think fire service.
What were their terms of reference?
Ila do go nyin kono ay mun muneta fudi.
The term of reference, according to my understanding at that time,
Ndenga mu faham komila do ko nyem fudi wala nyinti ko.
if there was any case relating to the police,
Na tara kuo ku kadamia na ko police wala karola.
the police will handle the matter.
Police wala bo ko nyintala.
If there is anything relating to immigration,
Na tara kuo ku kadamia na ko milbe mari luntan wala kunyala nyimbanko kanjang.
immigration will handle it.
O police wala mil marta wolun tawal la ko la Kenya la
I
wala.
forget to mention drug squad. as
So
well.
nyina kafo drug squad fana dabe.
I'm sorry for that.
Ba hakam dano kala wala.
If there is anything relating to drugs,
Na tara kuo ku kadamia na kana ta drug wala fana.
the drug squad will take that.
Ko di drug squad wala law.
And that is why all these services provide officers leading their men.
Wala na nying bunda tanko bunda albe momo ye nyaton ko sudala miyalan ko lebe wo mol nyaton ko yala je.
And the setup was that the police would always be the head,
Du ya londino nya wala nyinte ko police wala be kala wato wati nyaton ko di.
and the army will be the assistant.
Baje sa ami le ba kalle de mal.
How many people were there?
Mo jello benunje.
When I was there
Benunje.
before going to Darfur in 2013,
Darfur sans to e ka fo mi 2013.
we were about 50 to 60.
Tatara fo mo tallu kata mo tawor.
But when I came back,
Kabere murtanang.
there were some PIU officers there were some PIU officers from TDA,
Paral
Muslim Development Area.
Paral mi alon ko wala be TDA.
They were all dismissed.
Ye wol be bayleno.
They were reinstated.
Natane murundi ko den do ko.
They were all sent to bulldozer.
Saya nate be ki tata bulldozer.
And then the strength increased
Saya bajala sembo ni nata wara.
150 to 160.
Kata kemeni mo keme mo talulu kata mo keme mo tawara.
During your time there, what was your position?
I was the deputy. But, at the same time, I was the most senior man on the ground. This is because I was there with Biranbai. Commissioner Biranbai. He was deployed to the airport. And I became alone. And Landing Bojang was asked to oversee. But due to his position as the police operation commander, he could not be present at the bulldozer all the time. So I become the most senior. I made a special plea to the IGP that if one police officer is sent there,
Proceed.
And he called Biranbai and told him that he thought landing is too busy. And if Biran can still oversee the place. But this does not change the fact that I am still the senior person.
So for your day-to-day operations, you are the de facto commander.
That's true.
And you were saying this was mainly police work.
That's true.
And you believe you did not have the experience.
That's true.
But nonetheless, you took the job.
That's true.
And in spite of your inadequacies in terms of knowledge and experience in this field, you gave it a shot.
That's true.
And in doing this work, there were a lot of human rights violations. You agree?
That's true.
Holgam or bulldozer became a milder version of junglers.
That's not true.
I said it became a milder version of junglers.
That's not true.
Tell us, we would come to all that. Tell us your reporting lines.
Bulldozer is under the Republican Guards commander at that time, who was Lieutenant General Suleiman Badi.
Bulldozer. Republican Guard.
Republican National Guard.
Republican National Guard.
General Solbaji.
General Solbaji.
And junglers? What was their reporting line?
Junglers, I had no idea about them.
Mr. Witness, let's cut the pretense.
It's
not chahano. The pretense is not chahano. You were an officer of the Gambia National Army.
Correct?
That's correct. And you know
or you knew at the time that there was an outfit within the army called junglers.
That's true.
And it was common knowledge that the junglers were part of the state guards.
That's true.
And in fact, the state guard is the Republican National Guard.
State Guard Republican National Guard sold.
They are part of the Republican National Guards.
And under the direct command of General Solbaji.
And we be General Solbaji le Kangola Koto.
That's true.
Tonya.
So when you said you did not know who the junglers reported to, that was not correct. You agree?
I said this because reporting to and being under command. It's a different terminology.
Well,
the junglers can
tell us the difference.
The junglers can be under state guard. But their report of line could be channeled to their company commander.
Mr. Witness, so you just told us that the state guards and the Republican National Guards all report to this General Solbaji. He is the ultimate commander.
Because state guard and general state guard and Republican National Guard, General Solbaji.
And so I understand your concept. Yes, the junglers are under General Suleiman Baji.
Bulldozers were also under General Solbaji.
That's true.
And from what we have received before this commission, the junglers were the killer machine of President Jammeh under General Solbaji.
That's true.
And the bulldozers.
Bulldozers are never killers.
Well, the bulldozers is that adjunct between the NIA and the junglers.
But you still have some soldiers under Suleiman Baji and they are not killers.
You are answering a different question. The bulldozers is in between the NIA and the junglers. It's that peripheral adjunct in between. You have the junglers one extreme, you have NIA another extreme, and then you have the bulldozers in between.
I don't know what you're trying to.
Okay, we have received testimony here that when people are refusing to talk at the NIA, the threat is we will take you to bulldozer. That is the place called Talk True.
No.
It was scarier than the NIA.
No, this is not true.
Have you ever heard of this story? That bulldozer was even more scarier than NIA?
I have never heard this story, but I know in town that people fear bulldozer.
And in fact, bulldozer was created because they found the police to be ineffective in many respects. Correct?
Bulldozer from ya Lundi, ko ya jelo ko ya kalam da ko police la dingira kere do me anon ko ay ni nya fa wala asabu na bulldozer dunda kono fo wonde.
Part of it, yes.
They also found the NIA somewhat ineffective. Correct?
I don't want to believe that statement.
Mr. Witness, they created this big monster called bulldozer, as the name implies. And they brought in all these different security outfits. This is the cocktail. Comprising of everything. It's supposed to be more potent, isn't it?
That's true.
So that is why it was more fearful.
I believe it was more fearful because maybe perhaps we go after criminals and we are more proactive in town, and you know, the criminals who are not comfortable, and the name becomes big.
nga bula wala noma andun ka tara sato fana kono ka bula bandiol noma je aske wala ya tinanto fintitate mol fana silatel.
But how about the fact that whenever the bulldozers come, this is big trouble?
They just come
and bulldoze their way.
Without
regard to anything.
Bulldozer does not operate like that. Bulldozer we operate under the confine of the law.
Is that so?
Of course.
Is that so, Mr. Witness?
I'm coming.
Is that so? Did it operate within the confines of the law?
That's what I want to explain.
No, just answer yes or no.
Yes.
You said it.
Yes.
But earlier on, you just told us that there were lots of rights violations at Bulldozer.
Of course, right violations can occur while you are even implementing the law. And
Mr. Witness, that is a contradiction in terms.
What I'm trying to understand is that somebody trying to do the good, trying to implement the law, possibly violate the law as well. That's what, in essence, that's what I wanted to say. In as much as Bulldozer was trying to implement the law, I will admit that there could be some violations.
In all honesty, did you know the law at the time you were head of Bulldozers?
I don't.
But you did not know the law. How could you be the person to implement the law? Apply the law at that time. How could you do a task that you know you did not know? And give us an honest answer.
Like I said, Bulldozer as a police branch.
Answer the question. You said you did not know the law. You definitely could not have implemented the law.
Particularly, personally, me, yes.
And you could not have supervised the proper implementation of the law. Because you did not know it. And you would agree with me that a lot of rights violations could have and perhaps indeed occurred simply because you did not know what the law was on those issues.
That's true.
And you had worked under military police before.
Police military police commando.
But you did not have investigation experience.
No.
You agree you did not have. And when you investigate, you just indulge in, how would I describe it? It's just a lucky dip approach, because you did not have the training, you did not have the experience, you did not have the expertise, you did not have the know-how to investigate cases.
No, but when I was in the military police, I was not part of the investigation team.
But what military police?
But that is precisely the point. That when you were at Holgam, your involvement in investigations could have only been lucky dip. Because you did not have the training, you did not have the experience, you did not have the expertise or the know-how. You agree that was the case?
Even in Bulldozer, I was never part of the investigation team.
But that is not the case. The arrest of Ibrahim Akecha, Musa Fofana, and Alassane Jallow. The accusation is that you were involved in the investigation.
That was not true.
Do you remember these three people?
I saw them on TV yesterday. Two of them.
Do you remember them?
I remember.
Have to wait for the interpretation.
Okay, sorry.
Do you remember them?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember seeing them at Holgam?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember their arrest?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what happened?
The intelligence unit of Bulldozer
Bulldozer bunda miyalanko wala marta ni intelligence ko wala
brought an information
wala kibaro natina
that they have an information that there were a group of people seated in Sukuta. They were discussing that there was a possible military incursion into the country.
Possible military incursion,
yes,
in the country.
Yes. And also there was a planned demonstration simultaneously, so that when the president, at that time the president was on tour, so that by the time the president arrived in the greater Banjul area, precisely Kanifing, he could be attacked and be assassinated like Gaddafi. This was the information we received, and we called all the heads of different services, and we discussed about the matter. And
the information you received, what was to be the connection between the military incursion the demonstration and the assassination of the president?
Mana muchoki nyolo de me alon ko wala mi sojarol la boy kan la fanala aning boy kan me alon ko wala be parendiren pour ka ke president wala no kafa.
The information suggests that.
Kibaro ni min fota wala ni diko.
That's the information I received.
De kibaro min soto.
There were some Gambian dissidents.
Gambian ol mi bekere mi ala ko balambaya la bantata. Gambia bantala.
Who were in support of the then demonstration.
Wato kono wal be fasaro ke kan wo
The demonstrations or the planned or envisaged demonstrations?
There was a demonstration prior to that.
Balambaya katara ni jani wo.
That was the Solo Sanden demonstration.
Solo Sanden wo balambaya mi yake.
And the subsequent UDP executive arrest also.
UDP la nyatonkol wato minenate bimuta.
After that, it was suggested that there is a plan, according to the information, there was a planned demonstration to that.
Natana kibaro soto koten ko ye ferol landile pruka balambaya doka koten.
But this demonstration was going to be supported by the military incursion.
Nying balambaya minyanda kela sojarol la nyanda ke fasakam.
That would have been the ultimate assassination of the president.
Wole binatina la foye president of Fanu.
Who was the commander-in-chief, Yaya Jammeh.
The person that is responsible for the killing, for the death of your child?
Yes. After receiving that information, we tried to sit down and look at it. And some are of the opinion that perhaps, they are just talking. And some are of the opinion that it could be a concealment of information if we keep quiet.
And
the people identified should be arrested. Come and give their statement. That led to the dispatch of officers. If I could recall, the police officer led the arrest. The police officers led the arrest team.
Were they uniformed or in mufti?
Well, some of them were in uniform. As police, you have the plain clothes and then you have the uniform.
The arresting team, did they wear uniforms?
Arresting team, yes, they do. They do wear uniform. So they went to Sukuta. Perhaps if I'm allowed to use my.
Well, when was that prepared?
I prepared this morning.
Okay. So, why don't we just testify of the cough?
I want to remember the time and the dates.
That document, it was not prepared contemporaneously, was it? Was it prepared contemporaneously with the events? You said it was prepared this morning.
Yes.
Where is the source of the information?
The source of the information was from the diary.
You mean this?
Yes, the police diary.
Good. This diary, who brought it to the diary?
I brought it.
When did you have it in your possession?
This was since Bulldozer was disbanded.
So you took it with you?
Yes, I took it.
Do you understand the laws of the country when it comes to official records?
No, I
No, I don't.
Well, you know that these documents do not belong to you.
Yalo na nying kaito mukaidle mi alon ko itante.
That's true, it's not mine.
Tunyala ntante.
But you also know that they belong to the state.
Do yenyin lon ko masala jorangolam.
That's true.
And they should have been entrusted in state custody.
Do yalo no ko anyena tar la masala marola koto.
That's true.
Tunya.
Next time you would ask the authorities what you should do.
Kotenge ni ngadra silo bije kotenge ni nyan ibe ni ngaro kela ila nyaton ko la mun nyan kake.
And these are one of the reasons for the insistence that people are given positions for which they are qualified.
Ine ya sabu makamo nyan nakadim ngol men ya lon ko yo makamo ni ya mafale.
So that they would know what to do.
Isa jeko isa lonko inyan nakamenke.
So you have extracted information from the registers, correct?
Amunta ya kibaro dolta ya bondi ni register nyun kono.
And take a look at those documents and tell us what they are.
Sila nyugo kaitol nying kaitol nying jube ban ya fo nying kaitol kaitle mun kibar le be kono.
What is the document?
Kaitol nying mumunati.
This is the station diary.
Most station wala da buko nyinati.
And what is the purpose of the station diary?
Diary nying adalilo mumunati.
It records the activities of the operations of bulldozer.
Ka safaro leke doko mi alonko bulldozer ka walleke ko walle safe.
During which period?
Wati jumani wati jumalu.
This document that I have before me was in 2016.
Nyin kaito mi so da nyata jam nyin kata 2016 sangala ko.
Could you provide the dates, please?
The
starting date and the end date.
The complete diary?
Yes, the starting date and the end date.
This was, this starts from May.
That is on May
24th.
Till May karo till nani.
And it ends in
Banda.
In August.
August Karoko.
Of which year?
Sanjuma.
August 2016.
August Karo 2016.
But look at the start date again.
On the 24th of March.
March Karo till nani.
Okay, not May.
March.
Okay, yes.
March.
Sorry for that.
So the incident for which you are called to testify occurred at a period covered by this diary.
Munda wato men ko men kita ye kuma ni men na puri na sedan do mbedi men na ko nyinna nyin diary yin ay tandije.
Yes.
And you told us that this diary is to record activities, correct?
Yenyin fanya ko nyin diary yin dalilo men do wala min de ko wala ko ko mi alan ko atamata bulldozer je wala ka ko nyin beta ka safe.
That's true.
What activities does it record? Or what activities are recorded on it?
If the men are going on mission, their departures are booked. And if they return from mission, their arrival also is booked. If you are going on patrol or whatever mission, it will be booked. That's what it is.
You produce this to the commission. Mr. Chair, we would ask that this diary be exhibited. I would give the exhibit number before the close of the hearing. How about the choir book that you have?
This square book is the information that contains the handing over of suspects.
Yala nyimbugo wo mimba kono wala nyinti mol mi yala ko sobitela nimbe tala mbe dila bunda dola nka safero minke wala be safere njete.
After their case file is built,
Na tare na ta foyela case file londi silam.
and we had to hand them over to either the police, NDA, or any other department.
Nyanta ke D5 police wala lembang fodro squad len wala bunda police bunda do.
Before receiving the file, somebody has to sign to confirm that he has received.
Yaje janimbe nyim file o dila fo moy taraje mi yalon ko wolbe nyim file o taka ba safela ko ntere nyim file.
And one of the information contained in this file
kuma ko mi yalon ko e be nyim file o kono.
Is the handing over of Mr. Keta, Mr. Fofana, and Mr. Jallo.
Wala bi mimbi je wala nyinte ko Mr. Keta, Mr. Fofana, and Mr. Jallo mbe dikane.
The police.
Police all.
It appears from the records
ay tandiro ke je safro ko
that bulldozer was fairly organized.
ko bulldozer mu dingira ni me yalon ko ila londiri nyanyi sahayata bake.
That's true.
You managed to keep records of activities.
Ya alka katale alla tamandri bulo menka findi alka be safele.
That's true.
And you know that by keeping records,
Yenyi alenyi lolne ko ka safero ko ko la menal ko wala ka dum ka findi.
you are in fact memorializing
Num wala minti ko alka ko nyinta alking alka murundi
the activities. You are making sure that knowledge of this information does not disappear.
Nin ko la menal ko wala tamata kibaro nyin akana yema wonyama.
That's true.
Tonya.
So it's a deliberate effort.
Kataku kende balam.
That's true.
Tonya.
So if you know that you are going to violate rights, you would not record it in the book that you are going to violate rights, would you?
If
you are the one writing, you will not. But if somebody is responsible for recording, the person will write and you will not know.
Na tara itara imo tara mararin safaro ita safara but na tara mole nyanta ka safe fa maria kije doro.
The person writing the book
or
recording
as
a commander, doesn't he?
That's true.
And no matter how many intermediate commanders the person has, ultimate command rests with you at the time.
That's true.
Tonya.
And if you are going to violate rights, you would not ask the diary keeper to record that fact, would you?
Well,
we are dwelling on hypotheticals now. If you are going to violate rights, you would not ask the diary keeper to record that fact, would you?
Council, in bulldozer, it doesn't matter who you are. You may retain your position as a senior, but it is very difficult to manipulate that institution. Because you have different elements from different services. Some may respect you as a senior, but they may not necessarily take your orders.
Mr. Witness.
Yes,
please. Bulldozer was a regimented organization.
Bulldozer bunda de me ya lonko ya londile be sahara ne ya londila tilin ya londila faye.
Yes. And those, the superior officers, had the power and the authority to punish their subordinates.
It's not all the case in the bulldozer.
Manke wati wo wati to the bulldozer to get.
Be careful, Mr. Witness.
For instance,
Just be careful. The question is, the superiors had the power to punish their subordinates. And that by itself puts the superior officers in a situation where their juniors had to obey their commands. That's true.
that's true. In this case,
Just answer the question. It is true that the subordinates had to accept the command that they were given.
in general, yes.
So this notion that you had different people from different places and they would not obey, it's all in fact not true.
Kay kuma government be fotan ka foko dingira nyindo je memu bulldozer de kantoni tankada bunda jama mollel be je mi alon ko bota fanna jama leto ka foko rebe gulla re kamudi mala son nyamaro kula mi alon ko ron moto tanola.
It's not true.
Undan to nyati
Bulldozer was organized.
bulldozer mo dingira mi alon ko ya londi sahare ngo kam.
It was structured
Ya londi nyalema
with defined command lines,
me ya lon ko ila nyaton ko be bulala nyolo ma nyamen kamol to ya londi da fa seneyata
with the power to reward and punish.
no ye sembo di la pour ka kuluro la anin ka bunya fana ne ka bunya fana di ni kuluro ke.
Isn't that true, Mr. Witt?
Wala manke to nyati ba.
If you may allow me to explain.
Isn't that true?
Let us not
nyati ba.
Explain, Mr. Witness.
like what I am saying. Bulldozer, when it comes to the police, my interaction with the police, they are very careful in dealing with the law.
Mr. Witness, that is not my question. My question is that as superiors, or let me put it in fact the military way, as commanders, you had the power to give command down the line. Isn't that true?
I said that is true.
And your command had to be implemented.
That is true.
And the intermediate commanders between you and those down the line, their authority, their command had to be implemented.
That is true, except unlawful command.
We will come to that. We would come to that. In fact, the notion of unlawful command did not exist in your forces. Isn't that true? The notion of unlawful command is in fact new knowledge in the Gambia Armed Forces. You learned about it from the hearings of the commission.
Perhaps, Council, there is a notion in the army. A senior man is always right, even whereas he is wrong, refer him to rule number 1.
Exactly, that is the senior man is right.
Rule number 1 says senior man is always right.
Exactly.
But that is quite different on the point of law. It's quite different from lawful and unlawful order.
It looks like we are in for a very long afternoon. What's the difference?
I'm trying to get you to understand that.
Well, what is the difference?
Difference of what?
You said that there's a rule in the military.
It's a saying.
The saying is a rule. that the senior man is always right. Even if he is wrong, refer to the first rule, which is that the senior man is always right. Did I quote you correctly? Which is the because the senior man is always right, no matter what he says. Even whereas he gives an unlawful command, go to is always right. But let us be honest here. That is how our security forces operated.
That is true.
Could you answer now? Could you answer now?
So that is true.
Yes, the reason why I say that is your answer was not captured. Okay? So this notion of unlawful command is only beginning to be known and understood because of this commission of inquiry. Isn't that the case?
The commission has enlightened better. That's true.
But the commission existed in 2019 and not 2016. So let's go back to 2016.
Okay.
This idea, this fanciful idea of unlawful command was not something that was practiced.
Commission all over 2019 na 2016 but sa ngata nyin kuma kama menga for nka foko luanta ya kamol nyin menduka di.
You agree?
Like council, I said when it is military alone, I will accept. But these are different elements, and perhaps our indoctrination
council
are quite different.
But what is the difference between police and the army in terms of application of orders, of commands?
Police holding soldier kundaro munam farode je ni na ta ka tab ka kamol nyinke tamandi ya dinya munam farode je.
Okay, for example, I have realized that in bulldozer, if the soldier make an offense, we can detain him in the cell. But when the police officer commit the same offense,
police officer
you cannot detain a police officer in the cell.
The police will
so that is,
why?
Well, that's what I was made to believe.
Who made you believe that?
The police officers there.
Police will be.
Did they show you any written rule?
No, they said you have to charge them before you take them. You have to charge them and show them the offense that they have committed before they can go to the cell.
And if to me follow Janibe
even for the military, shouldn't it be like that?
Well, in the military, the custom is that if you commit an offense, they can punish you and send you to cell.
Soldier Kundado, Adobe Nyami, near Puke Mania,
and the letter charge
Samba Kasokono, New Botajes, Nati to me, Cafe Minke.
One is done before and the other is done after, but all the elements are the same, isn't it?
Yes.
So there is no difference. You see, Mr. Witness, let us wrap this issue. It should not detain us here. We don't argue for the sake of arguing. Olgam was an organized, disciplined unit. Your commands were implemented. Correct? If you were going to commit an offense, would you order your staff to record it? If
you are going to commit an offense.
Would
you order your staff to record it?
In the first place, as far as I'm concerned, I was not even conscious of these records. I was not conscious of these records. This looking of this thing.
And answer the question. You are answering your own question. The question is, if you were going to commit an offense, would you ask your staff to record it?
I will tell them to record what I'm coming to do.
Yes.
But nobody will do that.
Precisely the point. Precisely the point. Okay? Tell us what happened on that day, the 11th of May, 2016.
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
16.
On the 11th of May, like when we received the information, the team left by 1807 hours, and it was led by couple 2180 Sonko. They went to arrest Ibrahim Aketa and return to the base.
When did they arrest Ibrahim Aketa?
What did Ibrahim Aketa muta?
Well, I wouldn't know precisely, but they left the base by 1807 hours and returned by 1909 hours.
Iboton ila doku dinkira dola tala woro imuta na nje talan kolonda mafa.
And then?
Okola.
Then they arrived at the base.
Say natana murun nang doku dinkira.
Is that recorded in the book?
Wasafeta buko nyingona labang.
That was recorded.
Ayo wasafejele.
Take a look at the book.
Buko jibeba.
Actually, you've given us 2 registers, so we have to put in both registers. All right? But let's clear this point first. Take a look at it.
Okay, I made a mistake of 1907.
Mistake.
It's not 1909, but it's 1907. That was my error.
Could you read it out? What it says?
Karamba.
It says that couple Sonko and the men left Holigam
Ako couple Sonko anala moli bota Holgam.
For a mission to Sukuta
Tata doku wala Sukuta.
on board a vehicle registration number
Dunta moto mina wala number munyinati.
LRR 0287A 0278A
0278A
driven by first class Jamme,
mi ya boroni wala first class jammeti.
and 1907
Sain tala woro wala
couple 2080 Sonko
couple 2080 Sonko
and the men returned to the base
nala moli munta nanko den dogu dulato.
from mission to Sukuta
Bi bota nan Sukuta.
with one Ibrahim Aketa of Kanifing South.
Kafo moye mimu Ibrahim Aketa ti abesiri in Kanifing South.
So it is recorded. Thank you very much. So tell us what happened afterwards.
Well, when this suspect came in, I believe he went to the charge office. And his statement perhaps was recorded. And then from the statement that he gave, He felt that, it needs further investigation.
At this stage, did you see him, Ibrahim Aketa?
At this stage, I did not see him.
So you had no interaction with him?
I did not see.
Proceed. What happened afterwards?
He went to the charge office. And I believe they were investigating him. But some minutes after 8 or thereabouts at night, it is also important to know that that time we were on standby. So I was also on standby. This was due to the fact that there was previous demonstration, so we were placed on standby. I went to the investigation room and found Mr. Keta. He was seated. When we entered the investigation room, there was a table just like your table facing. And he was seated. But there were about 4 or 5 investigators. I may not be able to remember their names. But the head of the investigation was Paboto Tarawale.
What Tarawale?
Paboto Tarawale.
Not Bakari.
The one I know is Paboto.
All right, proceed.
And there were 2 Bojans. The other one is from the immigration, and the other one is from GRA.
But the
other one is called Mbemba. But which of the department is from, I will not remember. But the other one is Mbemba. That will differentiate him from the other Bojan.
Mbemba bijele, so do be ka fay Bojan.
Would it be Alpha?
Yes.
And then?
There is one police CID called Tarawale.
Police CID
Would that be Bakari?
I don't want to guess the name. I cannot remember the first name.
So you can vividly remember this event?
That's true.
Proceed.
Then I found the gentleman seated. But he was crying. He was crying and he was very stressful. And I asked him, what is the matter that you are crying for? And he told me that the allegation that they have put on me is unbearable. I said, well, but you don't have to stress yourself with this. As far as I am concerned, this place, give your facts, and you are okay. Nobody is going to beat you, and nobody is going to harass you. So just give your statement. And I left. If I could not check the diary, I think I left that night. It should be between 10, 11, because it's at night.
But your movement would be recorded, isn't it?
Yes, it should be recorded. Though I'm not sure, but it should be recorded.
Your people were very meticulous.
Yes.
At keeping records.
So when I left and before 12 I was in.
You were in where?
I was back to the bay because I went to Sawa I went to take shower in my
Mutana
house.
do good lato katun seta no prokatan ku kamuruna.
And I came back.
Say mutana.
And in the morning,
Komanda
I was informed
ya yankala mutandiko.
that the second suspect was in.
Mi mo flanjo ni sobeta minna wo fana nata.
Yes, but Mr. Witness, all right. So before your departure, you did not know anything about the second witness?
Munda janite bola dingira nyindo imam fel no nyintu mo fulanja nyindo sobita menna kuola imam fel ala kuola.
No, I did not know that they were leading to arrest him or what, because I was not part of the investigation.
Malo lunkoyle payala prokata mutano katun daman tara kisikisiro.
But I was informed that they had a tip of him and that they used the first suspect to lead them to get him arrested.
Makala mutala ko komi ya kibaro so tala kuoto so inata na muneke wo mo fuloni sobita mina yemi muta wala kuma kon kan inata te fana mutano.
Proceed.
And then
When they informed me about that in the morning,
Abri wo kibaro fanya wo somanda
they briefed me about the progress of their investigation.
ni nata fanya nyata tal min so tara kisikisiro nyinto.
Then later they told me that they have the tip of the second witness.
Wata wato le
Sorry,
nata
the third suspect.
nata fanya ko ye kibaro so tole mo sabanja onyo.
nyarata ala kumara kule soto yemem foye.
What progress did they report?
Nyarata ala soto yemem foye.
That they have obtained the statement of this guy, of the person.
Komi nyimari nyi yala kuma kon tale ya safe.
And when the second witness also, a second suspect also arrived,
Sa wo mo franja on sobita minna kabla futatana.
he narrated part of the story
Fana dantero kala wo kola.
that they were discussing about a possible civil disobedience
Mi be ferol ke kan
Yes, sir.
ko ka balambaya itandi
demonstration.
mi wolem balambaya ti ko ke
That's what they discovered from him.
yo wala sodate bala
And to me, that was a progress.
nte fe wo mu nyato tali
It was part of the information that we have received.
to woda be kuma kan kono mi yalon ko wolle fotata ndol
And after getting that information,
en ko mo kuma kan nyi so
they were led to the arrest of the third suspect.
nata na mo sabanya woni fana muta
When?
Wadi juma.
This was on the 12th.
ngara non tirtani fula
On the 12th of May,
mi karo tirtani fula
Did you have, give us the time, please?
wato dinna
this arrest team was led by SICC.
ni mutaro mi ya nyato ka wala SIC sedi
And they departed from Holigam around 1727 hours
ibota nang holgam le tala lulu wadola
and arrived with Alassane Diallo at 1833 hours.
ni al san jallo nata kabrin tala wora tambita minute dan sabani saba
Did you encounter the second suspect?
ni mo fula nyawni so bitamina fo ni way kusoto nyola
No, I did not. At that time, I did not see him.
ni wo wato maje
When was the first time you see him?
wati juma gata wati foloti yaje
Because I frequently go and check the investigation.
kato wati ni watu nkatale ka kisi dula ni mbungo ni
And I realized him there,
andu nata jago kabijele
and I asked him his name.
nani ni katola
He told me he was Musa Fofana.
konya konte to musa fo fananti
And you remembered the name?
ay hakilo funa ya to nyumuta
No, because at that time, I don't know the names.
atu wota mono mantol nyinlo
They just informed me that there were some suspects.
ya fonyo doron koy sobi mol bijele
But how the information came to them from this first suspect, I don't know.
bari kuma kongol ya soto no nyaadi le kam
The question is, he told you his name,
He told me his name.
ato fo en
and you remember the name.
andi hakilo be to nyumutale
I don't understand. I remember the name.
ma fam ko mini ko
Say, and you still remember the name?
Yes, I still remember.
hakilo be to yeto nyumutale hanisa hade to
From there, I asked him,
kabum boto to ngani ninka
"Where are you from?"
nka e boto mun to
He said he's from Jara.
aka boto jarale
I asked him, did you know Bakausu Fofana? He said yes. I told him Bakausu has entrusted his mosque in Nemasu to me. I am the president of the mosque committee. And then the tribal jokes came in. And I told him that, you know, Jarangas are very useless people. I'm sorry to use that language. And he told me that, I'm your father. Then I left.
It was all amicable.
It was.
No hard feelings.
No hard feelings.
In fact, no reason for a hard feeling.
Musa in Holgam was a very nice guy. He was not talking too much. And you know, he was very humble. And he was also very comfortable at that time.
So for how long was he there? They there. For how long were they there?
Well, they were in Holgam until on the 23rd of May.
And that would make it 14 days. From 11th to 23rd.
That's true. That's true.
Okay. While at Holgam, were they formally charged?
Yes, they were charged.
And how did this happen?
I was not, I may not be able to remember, but their statements and the case file was brought to me. And normally I rely on the experience of the police officer in charge.
He told
me that they were charged on seditious offense. And I asked him this question. And I want to remind this commission that I am on oath.
Are you preparing us for a self-serving statement?
I said to him, are you sure that an offense is committed? I would have preferred you also to find out from your prosecution team in Banjul headquarters.
You have very good recollection of events.
Yes.
How did he respond?
Well, he said they will further confirm this.
When were they first taken before a judge?
That I wouldn't know. Because when we hand them over, that was the last time I heard from them until yesterday on TRC.
When were they first allowed to speak with lawyers?
That also I wouldn't remember. They were allowed to talk to their family members.
That
one I can confirm. But for the lawyers, at Bulldozer, I couldn't remember them contacting their lawyers.
Were lawyers in fact allowed at bulldozers?
Si Abraham loyal fa kasilo di la buruka dum bulldozer la
Speak
usansa.
the truth.
Tonya fodro.
The lawyers were allowed in bulldozer. Because at a point in time,
What is Sotanumfa?
Edward Singate
Edward Singate.
wrote one letter to bulldozer.
I suffer dog and bulldozer to.
I think it was in relation to a claim of found property.
Wakora min kangwala nyindiko fengdo mialanko mole tamu ya tombon.
They can, and also I also
And
remember,
by writing a letter to bulldozers, it shows that lawyers are allowed in bulldozers?
Later also ve ka ki bulldozer fo enyi tandiko ko loyal kasilo di la buruka dum bulldozer la usansa kono ba.
also
Lawyers were never allowed in bulldozers, Mr. Witness. That is the truth, isn't it?
Loyal ina nabuka silo di la buruka.
Answer that question. Lawyers were never allowed at bulldozers.
Loyal ina nabuka silo di la buruka dum bulldozer tonya fodro.
Okay, all right. Mr. Witness, we would give you the book
Say do be buko nyindi diary ni.
and you would show us where it is recorded that lawyer X, Y, and Z has come to bulldozers. He has spoken to
Be bay
ABC.
tandilen je ko lawyer mo
Perhaps,
maybe
maybe,
bulldozer.
Take a look at it.
Another bulldozer kana mo kar la ko nyindi kaje buko nyindiwe.
okay, I want to be on this thing that
Take a look at it, Mr. Witness, and show us where it is recorded. You guys were very meticulous. You recorded all activities.
Kita mole men ko sai bata safaro la ko be safel men ka dum ka findi sansanko.
Show us where it is recorded that lawyer A, B, C, or D visited Holgam. Perhaps this is a convenient time to take a break and let the witness go through the diary and identify those points.
Council, you want a lunch break or a 5-minute break to allow him to look at the diary at the moment? Or
Maybe 5 minutes break, and then he would answer the question, and then we go for lunch.
do you intend to finish with him before lunch? Or
It
he
is
coming
now
back after lunch?
unlikely. It is now very unlikely, Mr. Chair. The witness will take the whole day.
If we're going to come back, then we can take the lunch break now.
if I can make a statement.
Yes.
I don't think it would all be necessary to check through this.
Because it's not there.
It is not here.
Because lawyers were not coming to bulldozers.
Loyal buko na bulldozer.
And
Well, according to this
Mr.
record,
Witness, it would help if we just go to the truth and we cut the shenanigans and we just go directly to the truth. Lawyers were not coming to bulldozers.
Loyal buko na
they
bulldozer.
were not coming there.
Thank you very much. At least this is a bout of honesty. This is different from the answer you gave previously.
They were not coming.
Okay.
They were not allowed. They were not coming. That is it. If you say they are not allowed, maybe I will say, but they are not coming there. I will answer.
Definitive answer, Council, are you satisfied?
I am satisfied, Mr. Chair. But let's get the parameters right. Mr. Witness, we can cut through all this if you're just truthful in the first instance. Because all this going around is, if you feed us a lie or an untruth, we would go around and we would get it. So you can save us going around using all the tools to get it. Just state the truth.
Onya fodro.
That is more helpful.
All ben de mala. E bo nyim minin tafalola.
You agree? I agree. You promise?
La hido di la ko.
Let us not catch you again.
Kani mu da ko tangel.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Council, a quick question. How did the TRRC get that diary?
He brought them.
So he wasn't the one in possession, as you were saying earlier.
No, he was the
returned
one.
them
He was the one in possession
throughout. Extraordinary. Fine. Okay, we will take a 1-hour lunch break and then come back at 2:45. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Welcome back from the lunch break. Council, if you're ready to continue, please proceed.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, commissioners, and members of the audience. The witness is being brought in.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Witness.
Sedo itinya.
Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome back to the TRRC.
Bismillah han kabi
Thank you.
TRRC.
May I remind you that you are under oath?
Be hakilo bulanda han kabi kalo yementa han kabi be o kale kilo la koto.
Mr. Witness, you have a right not to incriminate yourself.
Sedo ye nyanto sore le puri kane fandum diamo kono.
Do you understand that?
Ya o faham le bang.
Yes, I do.
But you do not have a right to lie to the commission.
Bari hanin kabi o nya kilo nya o fana imma nyanto sore puru ka kuma soto balo fo commission o nyati la jam.
Do you understand?
Yo faham le.
Perfect. Before the lunch break, we were talking about the events of the 11th and 12th of May 2016.
Yannimbita fanyon ni wala mbe kacha kan kullel men yan ko wollel keta karo me karo til tanning girin kara fo me tanning fula 2016 sang kono.
As far as you are concerned,
Ko itela longo kan
Ibrahim Keita, Musa
Keita,
Fofana, and
Musa Fofana,
Alassane Jallo
and
were
Alassane
well
Jallo.
treated at Holgam, at Bulldozer.
Ye mutanya kendela holgam sansang kono.
That's true.
They have no cause to complain.
Manghani dalila wo dalila soro puru ka wasida di.
I don't think so, they have.
Even though in Holgam rights were violated,
Holgam jeto nyantol tinyata jeto.
you have agreed that there were rights violations at Holgam.
Isonda nyinna ko hadama dingol nyantol tinyata jele.
That's true.
But as far as these people are concerned, their rights were not violated.
Bare ko itela londoro nyimol sabol la koto ila nyantol hanikili mantinyaje.
They were over detained, which is a right violation.
Ye mutajele mutanya meri mo anduniwa jibe wo ila nyantol tinyata hotel.
My counsel.
And you know that, you knew that they were over detained.
Andu yo lonne ko ye sindi la wati la me alon ko atambita ni ko luwa wato men fo atambita wala.
That was true.
And you knew that you were in fact violating their rights on a daily basis.
Andu ye nyil lonne ko dungolu ni fano kada dungolu ila nyantonye ikati nyale.
At that time, no.
Ani wo wato malam.
Mr. Witness,
Sedo.
let's stop the pretense.
Ngang fam itandi kenso bula.
You knew fully well
Ye ni long and wasenate
that their rights were being violated.
ko ila nyantol nyi yati nyale.
I know after the detention, I know now that overstaying is a right violation. But at that time I said I don't know.
Ngani long pu ye wato men sije ko wato la dum malo bari sa ngalo ne ko wato men sije luwati nyale.
Mr. Witness, you were a gendarmerie officer before.
Sedo emunu gendarmerie do hulaltinu.
That's true.
What was the training for gendarmerie?
Gendarmerie le ke karandi mu karandi bulubulu sifa nyadi la.
You are trained both on military and police duties.
Ike karandi military soldier ya Kenya and police do go fana.
In fact, your principal training is that of an armed police officer. Unlike the other police officers who bear no arms, you are trained to be a police officer who would bear arms.
Nungala karakarao nyingo ne kape kal karandi me jama be ko wala nyindi kal karandi police ya kan fana na mera ko ibu joram ko tare ibu.
You were trained
Ye karandile.
principally as a police officer who would bear arms.
Ye karandile ko ke police wote be alon ko jorande tarle.
Correct?
Tonya?
I was trained as a military officer.
Yang karandile community mo sojalolti.
You were trained as a gendarmerie officer.
Ye karandile ko mu gendarmerie do kulal.
Ah.
In fact, you were trained as a police officer who would bear arms.
Man kabi ye karandile fanan ka ke police wote be alon ko be ke la jorande tarle bul.
Correct?
Tonya fo?
Well, I know that I am trained as a gendarme officer.
Whether
As a police officer to bear arm.
Comme yang karandile community mo sojalol sojar do ko yang karandile bar comme police o mi alon ko jorong betarambul.
In fact, that is what gendarmerie officers are.
Wala mu gendarmerie role fangote.
You know, gendarmerie has different branches.
Yalon gendarmerie itoliye fanna jamal la soto.
Be careful what you tell the commission. If you lie, you try to mislead the commission, it will have consequences.
I am aware of
Today
that,
kana fania fo jam. Ya kana jam fo ye
It is
commission fili.
important that you be...
No lenne.
There is what is called territorial gendarmerie.
Yale ko bi jere ka fam ye territorial gendarmerie.
And you have mobile gendarmerie.
And wala ñu gendarmerie mi
And what work do they do?
Territorial gendarmerie is the one responsible for these station works. Like police.
Territorial gendarmerie wala marta commune station do ko wala ting.
And mobile?
And the mobile gendarmerie is the one responsible for these guard duties and the other military functions.
Commune ñindol wala marta commune ka fam ye guard duty wala ka garde loke anin do ko kotangal wala marta.
So those were all police duties.
Yemu police do ko wolde.
Okay. Yes.
And as a gendarmerie officer, you were trained about police duties. Arrest, detention, and rights of people, how to protest people who are arrested. That's what you were trained as gendarmerie.
Ni kera gendarme do kula de ke karandi police do kolla yori be mo mutala ni mo muta ba mutala nyame kata mo mutala bita mo ni ara balamba ya be kering ibe danu na ko ko
That is
nyame.
part of the training, of course.
Wodabe karandiro ñing kono.
And you, in fact, also you worked as military police.
Anu hanin kabi fana yebdo ko ke military police wala sojaro lay nafa wulen dunnalti.
That's true.
So if you now turn around and say that you did not know that the duration of the detention was unlawful detention, you are just feigning ignorance. But you knew fully well that these were rights violations as at that time they were happening.
Odo say ni murunda nan ko dage ko ni lay simudoni yesinde dula kilingo kule me yalon ko imela nyantol tinya kule me yalon ko woto iba fokanero lombali ya ronne bari yalon ne ka ibe fam filindi kenso bari yalon.
Of course, they were right violations.
And you knew it at the time.
Bari yalon no wato fanan no jamano.
That these were rights violations.
Ko ni munyara bari nyanta tinya lede.
Correct, Councillor.
You knew you were violating the rights of these people, and you continued to do it with impunity.
Ye tententa kanyim mol la nyantol tinya ye tententa kake andum yake foi anyala bon fon kuma na finta akono tuta tamale e dadiate nyame.
You told the commission that because Yahya Jammeh detained you unlawfully, he is responsible for the death of your child.
Tumala mena Yahya Jammeh muta e sindi dula killing ala kanka ye sindi dula killing luanta ya kamfo ila dingo nyinna saya ni goratale be marlingala.
In 2016 you still had that anger inside you.
Fukata 2016 song kono hani kabi o diminna nyinga be sondo mo kono le fon.
Right.
And you had that realization that this was unfair.
And we in Kalamu de Fan Fego, Nimukula Mealon, Mella, de Gamkula Mealon, Amantiling, Amanyanakake.
Right.
You turned around and did it to other innocent Gambians.
They have done something. The interpreter said they have not done anything.
Well, they were acquitted by the courts, if you must know. So, or whatever they may have done, whether it was right or it was wrong, you knew fully well how painful it was to have your rights violated in this manner.
Counsel, at this point in time, if you may allow me to explain the circumstances leading to that. I will agree with you that their rights were violated for detaining them more than the constitutional period. But at that time, the investigation was going on. And the investigation was not ready. The investigators believe that at that time, if there was any bail or whatever, it could have compromised the investigation. And also, looking at the information at hand, considering the national security at that time, where I had a very little option other than to take that course.
First things first. Did you take all these considerations at that time?
The consideration for
of all these factors, did you consider all these factors at the time?
that was correct.
So you made a conscious decision to violate the law.
It's not a question of taking a conscious decision to violate the law. Like I said, when you are faced with two evils,
Or the convenient one.
Okay. Here is the national security, and which, if not prevented, could cost many lives. And by neglecting that also, if it happened to be discovered that this is what has caused this issue, the blame could have been more heavier. And hence the investigation is concerned. It left us with little option at that particular point in time.
Okay.
I want
just a moment. It was important that you guys got results, correct?
It was.
It was important that you guys know exactly what was the agreement between the suspects.
Yes.
It was important that you guys obtained a confession from them.
Yes.
And it was only 3 of them who were present during their conversations.
At the time of giving out information, I was only informed that there were a group of people. And only these 3 were.
Listen to the question.
Okay.
It was only these 3 suspects who were involved in their conversation, which was the basis of your investigation.
That's where I will not understand your question, because if you say only 3 people were involved in it, appears that there were only 3. That's my understanding. There were only 3 discussing.
Exactly.
Okay, the information that I received, I wasn't there in their conversation. But the information was there were a group of people who were discussing. And during the investigation, only these 3 were identified. That is what is present. It could be there are some who are remaining behind.
The success of your investigations depended entirely on what these 3 people will tell you.
Allah kiskisiro nyin kono Allah ganyo nyimbe be abe sujila menna wala nyimmo sabole be men falali.
That's true.
And hence the confession of these 3 people was imperative in you getting results.
Anu haninka be nyimmo sabole kiskisiro nyimbe kubaro men dilala be kala kibaro me alonko e be kala kibaro kumalle Allah kiskisiro nyingo kono.
That's true.
And these people, did they give confessions?
According to their statements, yes, they confessed.
And they said they were tortured to give those confessions.
Well, I'm not aware of that.
Well, Mr. Witness, you may pretend not to be aware. But you seem to have been on top of these investigations. You were going in and out, checking what was going on. In fact, at one point you went in and you found Keita crying.
That's true.
Did you ask him whether he was beaten or threatened?
I did not ask him if he was beaten, but when I asked him what he was crying for, he was informing me that because of the levy of the allegation that was on him.
But
bulldozer.
But a bulldozer.
Nobody will indicate to me that you are beating somebody because I frown to those things.
The evidence we have is that you in fact participate in it. Not that you physically raise your hand and beat anybody, but you threatened. Have you ever threatened?
Counsel, I've never threatened anybody.
Have you ever beaten anybody?
I'm not that type of person. I've never beaten anybody.
Mr. Witness, you see, the beaters and torturers in this country look just like you. They wear the same hat. And they wear the same uniform. And they all sit there and say, no, I have never tortured anybody. So you see reason why we should not believe you?
You see, human beings are different. You know, the whole country is seeing me. And perhaps people know me.
Mr. Witness, let's put aside those self-serving issues. The next thing you tell me is I have held the Quran and I have taken an oath. But all those who lied here, and you know there are many, don't you? You know there are many. Those who sat that same chair and lied. So many people sat. Just answer the question. You know there are many.
Yes, there are many.
Okay, and they all held the Quran and lied.
I wouldn't confirm whether they have lied or not, but they held the Quran. I don't want to
say. You know that a lot of people have sat there and lied.
Well, the people that I knew and the people that I knew, perhaps I am aware of their story. I know that part of these statements were not accurately stated. But I don't want to
Like
be
who?
But come in milk diam to jangala ne kuma kan do bije mi yalan ko woman kan soto woman soto.
Council, I don't want to say something against somebody.
Okay, you write it down. Give him a pen. Write it down.
I hope my right to protection is guaranteed.
Yes.
You're
talking about your physical protection. Your personal safety and security. Of course.
No guarantee.
Mola Kambi is having a first bite at the cherry, so he's laughing. We are all wallowing in ignorance, not knowing what's going on. Huh? That's the biggest one. Huh? Give us more names.
I don't know much about others.
You don't know much about others?
Yes.
So for the others you had testify here, they've generally spoken the truth. As far as you know.
I wouldn't say they are lying or they are truthful. They narrate their version of story.
As far as you know, as far as the facts you have in your head are concerned, yes, those you've had here testify have generally spoken the truth. This is the one you highlight as lying.
So this is a difficult question for me.
No, listen to the question. It is a difficult question because you didn't listen. On the basis of the information you have in your head, the witnesses you've had here testify before this commission have generally been truthful. Save mainly for this one.
Most of them have lied. In fact, let me have the paper.
Yes. And mind you, they were under oath. And a lot of them wore the same uniform. Please don't zoom into the paper. Please don't zoom into the paper.
My counsel.
You're a very smart cookie. You saw the trap. You knew that what is going to come next is that those have testified here against you and you have not listed them. As liars. So he called for the list again to put in their names. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Witness, these people were beaten at Holgam. That is why they gave their confession.
Counsel, I cannot say they were beaten. They were never beaten in my presence.
Beating, tortures used to happen at Holgam. Speak the truth
There has never been any beating in Holgam. As far as the definition of torture is broad, I may not be able to rule out completely.
So if you don't rule it out, you rule it in.
I do not rule it in. I do not rule it out. I just cannot confirm whether it is happening there or not. Because by knowing the definition, even by the definition of torture, if I am right, even psychologically, you torture somebody. Psychologically, if somebody is disturbed, it's a torture. So,
Mr. Witness, you are a smart person. And you pay attention to a lot of detail. You agree? You calculating how to answer, yes or no. What are the implications of a yes answer or the no answer?
Yes. I used to pay attention to details.
Okay. On this particular occasion, these witnesses confessed to the allegations against them because they were beaten, they were threatened, they were intimidated. You deny that? At Holgam, did you used to carry weapons?
Yes.
And what weapons would you carry?
AK-47.
AK-47.
Would you also carry pistols? If you lie, we can verify all this. So don't worry, don't try to calibrate your answer, just speak the truth.
Because there are no adequate pistols for everybody, so of course we don't carry pistols.
By the officers?
Oddlies.
For you, as a captain at the time and head of bulldozer, what weapon were you carrying?
Holgam is you only carry a weapon if you are on duty and when you are on standby. But that you don't carry a weapon.
Holgam eka kido mutawato la mialan ko komi nibe dokuala wala ye parende nyanta tala kukel wato da male kamuta.
This particular occasion,
we
were on standby.
And
everybody was having AK-47.
Mobe AK-47 kilo
No pistol.
Mr. Witness, we would check the records of the weapons that were available at Holgam. And if the commission finds that there were pistols at Holgam, you may be in trouble.
Speak the
truth.
I am not saying there are no pistols. You don't listen to me properly. I am saying there are pistols. Those pistols are assigned to the oddlists. There are pistols. Pistols are in the inventory.
But what didn't know, Ekadi Mola Mianko, Kamole Kanta.
Oddlists on the oddlists for the senior officers. I remember I told you there were officers from other services too.
So who are these oddlists?
My own oddly used to be Bojang. But later it was
Bojang.
I cannot remember his face name. He was a PIU officer, but later he changed, and the one that came.
Mr. Witness, you can't even remember your own orderly?
Well, I can, because I have stayed longer with Bojang. This other one.
Bojang, what is his first name? Bojang is as common as Sise.
Yes, Bojang.
As common as Njai.
That's what I can remember, honestly.
So,
in the service, we are used to these surnames to the extent that you will not even.
At Holgam, you had 3 Bojangs at one time or even more.
Well, if generally.
In fact, there was Alpha Bojang, there was Amadou Bojang, there was Bojang Odli, there was another Bojang. Member.
Yes.
So you can't just be calling people Bojang, you call them by their names.
At the time, if you want to find out and say which Bojang was Commander's Odli, it's very easy. It's PIU.
Mr. Witness, I put it to you that officers of the Gambia National Army, as part of their issue, their paraphernalia issue, is a pistol, not an AK-47.
Gambia National Army be intandile ko Gambia National Army ni sojara kebal la ko kono ila kantar nya ko be la nyame amuka ke nyin kidi baldi memu AK-47 la ke nyin pistololti.
That was then, but not now.
Mr. Witness, we are not talking about today. We are talking about 2016.
The 2016
Standard issue, you would have a pistol.
No. I was not issued a pistol. There were pistols in the armory.
Exactly. So there was an armory at Holgam.
Yes, because people
and there were pistols. And Mr. Willis, let's get it right.
There were pistols.
Officers don't walk around carrying AK-47s. Officers are gentlemen. They walk around carrying pistols instead.
But if you are not on duty, you are not doing anything, there is no need for you to carry even a
So when you were on duty, were you carrying a pistol?
Normally I am not on duty. I am on, if there is standby, I involve in the standby.
What do you understand duties to mean?
Duties means, like, for instance, if you are, duty officer, or you are on a shift, you mount from this store to the other store. That's what we call in the military. That's what we call somebody is on duty. But of course, even where I am right now in uniform, I am on duty and I don't have a pistol, and I'm not obliged to have a pistol.
Mr. Witness, you cannot come here with a pistol.
Even Farafenye, as the commander there in Farafenye, as the commanding officer, I don't have a pistol.
That may very well be the case. But at Holgam, Farafenye is a barracks. You just say that. At Holgam, you used to carry a pistol.
Council, I don't.
Okay, who has the armory records?
If I don't forget, it's. There used to be a PIU officer. This armory.
Where are the armory records? Well, you have kept these records.
I kept this record for the fact that when Bulldozer was disbanded, there was no formality in disbanding.
Yes, so where are the armory records?
Could be with the armory. I don't have it.
Why didn't you take them like you have taken these ones?
Like the way I said, it was the Bulldozer was disbanded in a very disorganized manner. There was no bulldozer.
Yes, but you had the good sense, if you call it that, to take these ones.
Because these ones were filled up and they were packed in my office.
And the armory ones?
The armory one was never with me.
But wouldn't that be the most important record?
But the armory one, like I'm telling you, if you listen to me, I will tell you how this armory one, everybody comes with your personal rifle from your service. If you are not
for you, what personal weapon did you have?
No, I have AK-47.
So you went with your AK-47?
We signed it from Yundo.
Okay, so how about the pistols? How would you account for the pistols that were at Holgam?
That's what I'm saying. Those pistols are for the orderlies. Those pistols are kept in the armory. If the orderlies...
Okay, go ahead.
If the orderlies are on duty, they come in the morning, sign out the pistol and put it on. I know perhaps you may want to find out, like for instance, if I am going somewhere or whatever, whether I do carry out, I sometimes carry pistol.
Would you?
Yes, I would.
Exactly.
I would carry pistol if I am going, if I'm going on a mission that when I'm not on standby and I'm going on a mission, then for instance I'm going to Banjul or I'm going to a checkpoint or whatever.
But that is precisely what I was talking about all the time.
That doesn't
would
mean
you carry a pistol during that period?
During that period, I will not carry a pistol because it was standby. I will not sign pistol when I know that there are people who are coming to attack the country. And I sign pistol, I will not. I sign out AK-47 to be on standby. I think that was the most appropriate one. Nobody will allow you to be with pistol on standby. Nobody. At that time, everybody was with AK-47. Even the orderlies will return the pistol and sign out AK-47.
If you are on standby, yes. Would there be a document putting you on standby?
Sometimes they send signal message and send to the units.
Have you said whether that actually happened?
Yes, it do happen that they send signal message.
There was a signal message on this occasion. Is that what you say?
No, there was no signal message.
What is quite astonishing is, from all the investigations that have been carried out, it looks like yours was the only outfit that was on standby.
You know, like I told you, Bulldozer was under the Republican National Guard.
Bulldozer, Republican National Guard.
The commander Republican National Guard was responsible for State House. He was responsible for Fajara Barracks. He was also responsible for the PIU. And also Bulldozer. So we will call the commanders and inform them that the president is on tour and you have to be on standby.
Mr. Witness, you know what is quite extraordinary? Okay. During this occasion, you had AK-47. Correct?
Ah.
And of course, these suspects would have seen you with an AK-47.
I would not necessarily be carrying it, from point to point, because if I'm in Bulldozer, within Bulldozer, I pack it in my office.
What is extraordinary, Mr. Witness, is that these suspects have seen you at Bulldozer.
Have seen me,
and they said you had a pistol. So if, as you described it, you people were on standby, all of you had AK-47s, if they want to lie to incriminate you, they would say that you had AK-47s. Why would they say you had a pistol?
Because the
if you cook a story, you want to impress the public, just to tarnish somebody's image. If you talk, you have factual error. Bulldozer is many.
bulldozer Seattle.
Some may like me and some may not like me as a commander. I am testifying and people are seeing me. You can confirm this from many of the bulldozers.
Mr. Witness, let's put those things aside.
Yes.
These victims were at bulldozers and they saw you. You claim, you accept they saw you.
Yes, I
mean, if you had an AK-47, which you claim, they would have seen you. If you had a pistol, they would have seen you. Why would they lie against you that you had a pistol when you had an AK-47? It wouldn't matter. You had a gun, you had a gun. This is the difficulty. Why would they lie to say that you had a pistol when you had an AK-47?
It's just to implicate me.
But wouldn't it, let me ask you, wouldn't it have been easier for them to say, yes, he had an AK-47 and he threatened me with the AK-47? Because you would have accepted that you had the AK-47.
If like, according to one of their narrations,
let's just stick to this issue of the gun first.
For me, as far as I'm concerned, I was having AK-47, but that AK-47, as a commander, within my premises, AK-47 going around with AK-47 like those private soldiers. AK-47. If I have any cause to go out of the premises, going out, and I pick my weapon and go.
In fact, Ibrahim Keita said you pointed a pistol at him. You deny that?
I had his testimony.
Yes.
That he came to my office. That I pointed a pistol at him. And I pick Coca-Cola bottle.
No, it's not necessary to rehearse all that. Just answer the question.
It is a false, it is something that has never existed. In the first place, I don't drink Coca-Cola. I don't drink anything that is gastric. So I would have no cause to put a Coca-Cola bottle in my office.
Do you agree that whether you drink Coca-Cola or not, it does not explain why a Coca-Cola bottle should be on your desk or not?
Okay.
You agree?
Because it matters, you know, when that's my office. We don't expect anybody to come there and have drinks with me there in my office. There's a better place there, you know, if I want to entertain somebody, I will take you there and I make drinks. That it is assumed that
Mr. Witness, let's go to the important things. Was it part of the bulldozer paraphernalia to carry masks?
No.
Well, it was part of the jungular paraphernalia. Wasn't that the case?
For the bulldozer?
For
the junglers?
Well, Council, I cannot say much about junglers' dress.
Look, this is common knowledge. Even walking down the streets, the police here, the police at the stop would carry masks. And half the time they're wearing these masks as part of their uniform.
For me,
go ahead.
For me, as far as bulldozer is concerned, mask.
You've never seen your bulldozers wear masks?
Sometimes when troops are going on escort, the army have this face veil green face veil.
Nying sojaro ni kanying fenko soto miale ko ke nyadato nying green one.
Here you have this blue face veil as well.
Pia you talwo mu fimanyeneti.
That is something that they can.
It's in order for them to prevent this the wind from entering their nose and mouth, they wrap it around themselves.
Police fantangano konyo minkana nang akana dal konani inya.
I have never seen anybody who, because it's not part of the supply. I have never seen anybody put a hook something around himself. I have not seen that.
But diamond tela supply okona kadu manano moje mi nane wo ka murumuru nga fanna anyada.
A face veil could mean a mask.
I'm responding according to his description. He gave a description.
You also gave a different description.
Yes.
But the same all these descriptions can amount to the same thing. A mask and a veil could amount to the same thing.
Yes.
Exactly. So when they say you wore a mask, it could mean that face veil.
Dosa ni to ko ye maxole ke nyadala se muno komi ye kalole muri nyadato.
We're not talking about kala. A face veil, as he described it, is not kala.
Okay, thank you. It has never happened.
Did you take them to the cemetery?
Never.
Where were they sleeping at night?
These people, when they came the first day, Keta and Fofana came on the 11th. In fact, Fofana's own jumped into 12. For a reason best known to the investigation. Because they wanted the third person, according to them. They slept in Holgam. That's the fact. Subsequent days, they have been taken out. For instance, when Alassane Fofana came, at the time of his arrival at Bulldozer, he arrived He arrived at Bulldozer on the 12th. That is 1833 hours.
After Bulldozer till turning flow,
then all of them were escorted to various police stations. By 20-30 hours. And this escort was made by couple 3661
and me samba wala couple to 3661 camera.
Mike. Excuse me. That is what would happen on a daily basis.
Sometimes when they take them to the stations. Sometimes they will not come back. If the investigation have nothing for them. Instead, they will depart from base to rotate them within this police station. This happens on the 12th, on the 13th, on the 14th, on the 15th, on the 16th, 17, 18, 19, 20. And 21st, I did not see any record about them. Perhaps it was weekend and they did not rotate them.
But for all these days, you saw the record, the entry in the record.
Bari ñi dumol be ñi kono je ka safero ñi men safera wala dumo ñi.
I saw it.
Men safera ka be je.
Them being escorted from Holgam to the place where they are going to
Ye
stay.
tambindi le ye findindi holgam sansan kono ke samba dingira
Could you show
do
us?
mabo damen.
Website and in no.
Don't mind my notes, huh?
Okay. For instance, Ibrahim Aketa. Wrong. Alassane Diallo. They returned with Alassane Diallo. This is SICC and the men returned to Holigam base together with one Alassane Diallo of Sukuta. On board, moving vehicle registration number BJL 2851H, driven by first class 5198 Jaju. And by 2030, couple 3661 Camara left together with offenders, according to the way they wrote, offenders to various stations, escorted by 12451 Njai, on boarded vehicle registration number LRR 0287, driven by
You can skip the name.
yes.
So did it say which offenders?
We didn't say so.
So, and you are brave enough to tell us that these were Fofana, Jallo, and Keita?
Yes.
Enyi jisibe ngosoro ka fu mole wonyin keta fofana Diallo ani ketal.
Isn't that too brave?
O manke fatiya balde ba.
Sorry, sir?
Isn't that too brave?
O manke fatiya balde ba.
It says offenders.
Ko boy tinyar lalo.
Maybe that's how the one recording put it. Maybe that's how he put it.
Asike no mimba sefeka nga ake wala nyama. Aya sefe wala nyama.
When they were brought in, their names were stated.
Biriye nati ye tul safele folo.
That's true.
Muto nyati.
And when they were going out, their names were not stated.
No biribe fitla iman ye tul safe.
Because if you look at the interval, we don't have any other suspects, so it's referring to them.
But how do we know that?
Sa intol bolo no la nyaadi tumala men nay mo.
There are no other suspects.
Ko tumiri modol teje ko re menu nata itul kola.
There could have been suspects from a previous day.
Asike no modole soto me alon ko jandi wulungo nyi modole nata je me alon ko sobi molle fanam.
There was no suspect there.
Give us another example. Show us their names.
Misal do fanan dinna yetol dinna.
Okay, when they were taken to the police station, they did not return. And but on the 13th, around 0027 hours, Ayo Bojang and Bojang Giare, they left the base on board vehicle registration number 2851 and are driven by a private Kujabi M.
Private Kujabi M.
Yes. This when they went to rotate them to various
You know what me tate murumurun this station or totari ke
But
station.
they would have had to return to base.
Their return is here.
Ila murungo min bejanna.
This was 0114.
Alam kilin nati kabrata meta minute tanen nani.
Ayo Bojang
Ayo Bojang
and Bojang Jiare
ni Bojang Jiare
returned to Holgam base.
to lemuta na Holgam.
The vehicle registration number
Ani motola number ni
2851,
2851.
driven by the same Kujabi.
Ni mo kilin wanyim kujabi wala borindi.
That is, they have returned without the suspects, without the offenders.
Because when they were going, there was no offenders.
Katu
They
kabibi
were already
tata.
at the stations.
Watu umol nying luati nyalal nyimantaran ya
I
ta
am
wolbe
lost.
station ota foka pare.
Okay, I said the first day
Ko lum follow nying.
where you were telling me you were brave enough.
Komu watu me ka fanya ko ntemu jamba mfatiata le.
That 20-something hours,
Wala wo watu nyinti talansi.
when they were taken to the police station,
Watu ya tere yesamba police station oto.
they never returned the following day.
Osamo mana murun nande.
Instead, the officers went. These are people who were responsible for their investigation.
Mille multi mille ango wale ba marabe la
They
kisikisiro.
moved them from other station to other
Ye
stations.
sambale ke jindi station do to tare.
Sometimes also,
Watu do bije fana.
it will not be moving them to the stations,
Manjari fanke samba station oto
but they
tare.
take food for them
Bari ka dumurol sambe.
and also to check their well-being.
Nung kajibe fana ile taranyani ko fana jibe.
What I am trying to look at is, you record movements, and that is your basis to say that these people were in fact not taken to the cemetery. That is the position you're going to take, isn't it?
That cemetery issue never existed.
Was o bade ko dula wona na mansoto.
It was a premeditated statement
Penne mi yalon ko ye mira na taf.
because according to their statement,
Ati la kuma ko mal ye min fosi abesa.
we took out shovels
ko ye pelol tale.
and spade
Pelol ye wallata
and put it in a vehicle
ya bula motor kon.
and drove to the cemetery.
Ye samba kabur koto.
If you look at Holigam
Ni hol gam jibe.
and at the cemetery,
Ani bade ko.
it's less than 30-second drive.
Mam hani 30 second fonsi.
Not quite.
Well,
The cemetery gate,
the cemetery, even the cemetery gate, because the gate, one of the gate faces bulldozer.
Bunda kilwa nyufanya be telending bulldozer.
It wouldn't make any sense
Wota kelano.
for anyone
Mo
to waste your fuel,
yelo esanso jai.
put somebody in.
Mo ke moto kono.
And at the same time also,
Wo wate kilwa fana kono.
it wouldn't make any sense.
Moto tala no fa.
You are going to kill somebody
Kada mo fa.
and only one person is armed.
And mo killing them
Because the people that he was mentioning,
Ato akamol mi yalan ka ko le to fonje.
that they were two in the center
Ko wolle be mo floti mi ay be tema.
and they were sandwiched.
Du ye sindi tema.
It means two.
Wala mo flati.
And I was sitting in front,
Ka ande be siri nyato.
which means 3,
O mo sabalti.
plus the driver,
Ni driver
which means 4.
mo nani.
Now the driver out.
Sa driver o bondije.
We were 3 versus 2.
Tol mo sabalti ni mo fula be nyola.
And at a point we held a discussion separately when they were standing.
Nu wadi soto to fanga kachakele fanga tara ni man tara nyoka.
who said that?
Lori.
I heard from the testimony.
Ngamwele
When they were testifying, I was listening keenly.
Who said that they had a discussion separately?
They said because somebody posed a question whether at any point in time they saw us conversing alone or whatever, and they said yes, it happened.
But did that mean that they were standing apart away from the suspects?
That's what it
means, because according to them, they could not hear what we were saying. It means we were a distance from them.
So what is your position about that?
The whole situation made me confused. That I don't even know how to respond, because something that has never existed, you don't even know how to respond to it. I was accused of being drunk, either drunken or taken alcohol or maybe smoke cannabis.
Yen tumi janne kon na do wala mbesirali na wala nga tayle sabanu.
Sorry, counsel. Sorry, counsel.
Hold a second. Don't mischaracterize the evidence. What the witness said is the way you are behaving. It looked like
that's what
you may have been under the influence. He did not say that you had actually taken something.
Okay, you know, they have the time to describe me. And my families and my subordinates listen to this statement. I should be given the chance to clear those things. Because it is a burden in me.
Of course, you're being given the chance. Okay. But I don't want you to respond to something that is not the allegation. The allegation is that you were behaving as if you were under the influence. But Mr. Witness, it is quite clear that you are not as calm and as quiet as you are sitting here. But it is not your temperament. That is not who you are. That is not the way you are as a person. Isn't that the case?
I don't understand. I don't hear you well.
You do.
No, honestly.
You are sitting there calm and collected. This is not your usual disposition. You are much more energetic and louder than you are appearing here before the commission. That is the truth, isn't it?
I don't know how to describe myself, honestly, but...
well, you don't know how to describe yourself simply because...
I don't think I'm lousy.
Could you say that?
I don't think I'm lousy. Like they were insinuating.
No, lousy is perhaps not a very nice word to use. And I don't think they're suggesting that you are lousy. No, they're not saying that. They're saying you are very energetic and active, the way you are going about things. You are very businesslike, you are very workmanlike, you are on top of things. You are like a bulldozer.
Counsel, that's not what they said. I heard them saying that somebody informed them that I'll be coming late night. But when I appear, I am going to appear like somebody who is drunk, or who has taken drugs, or who are smoking cannabis. This is never true.
Were you present?
Where?
When they were being told that?
When they were being told where? In the TRRC?
They said they were told that by Bemba.
Yes. I'm saying it's not true. Whether
you cannot know what they were told if you were not there.
What I'm saying, hence now they have said, I'm not saying Bemba did not tell them or whatever. I'm saying Bemba tell them, or they themselves said it. It is not true. I have never drinking alcohol, I have never smoked cigarette, and I have never taken drugs.
Mr. Witness, I have received information describing you at Holgam.
Yes.
You are never the calm and collected person that you are sitting there and calm and so respectful and so... you are never like that. You are electric. You are up and down, controlling the whole situation, terrifying everybody. That's the impression we received. Well, the opinion would not be based on nothing. People would have seen you in action. In fact, one of the lawyers of these suspects came to Holgam and you sent him away. You refused to see him, you refused to grant him access.
But that
is true, isn't it?
I wouldn't know because I'm not always at the gate.
This is an incident in which You can remember all the details. You remember the dates, the times, you remember all the details. It's only the inconvenient bits that you would not remember. Like when the lawyer came and wanted to see these people, you sent them away.
He said
Ahmad Bojang or bulldozer cinema. I have never met any lawyer and I have never spoken to any lawyer. But I have not gotten any information about any lawyer coming to me. About any lawyer. They could tell him that maybe commander is not there or whatever, but I don't think why would I refuse?
Because he's the lawyer for these people.
If he's the lawyer,
and you agree that you denied them access to a lawyer?
I did not deny them access to lawyer.
Yes, you did. But you told the commission that you people looked at the situation and you realized that, well, this was very serious accusations. You have not yet gotten all the evidence, and that's why you violated their rights.
That is true, of course, but that does not mean I have denied the lawyers, denied them. They themselves
Are you suggesting that their lawyer is lying when he said he came to Holgam and you refused him access? Are you saying that the lawyer lied?
I am not saying the lawyer lied, but I think I have to be given a fair, this thing to explain myself. Somebody can come in here because you are busy, they may tell you, interpret as Esa does not want to see you.
Mr. Bojang, you are working in a disciplined force.
Yes.
With the power to punish and discipline these people, you think any of your security guys would have the audacity to send a lawyer away to say, Mr. Bojang does not want to see you when you did not say so?
But how are you even sure?
Just answer the question, please. I'm not here to answer questions.
Okay.
Answer the question. None of your security would have had the guts to do that. And you know it.
A
lawyer coming to Holgam to say, I want to see Mr. Bojang, and the security sends the person away in the pretense that you are busy.
But I could not be blamed for that if I have no direct contact with the lawyer.
The lawyer said you refused him access, which is a violation of the rights of the suspects.
Well, for me, as far as I'm concerned, I have never had any interaction or any friction with any lawyer at Bulldozer. I have never had that. Cannot remember.
But precisely the point. At Bulldozers, you arrest people. Yes. You have arrested a lot of people.
Yes.
And that is the lawyer's business, to come and free those who are arrested.
Yes.
And you have never had interaction with a lawyer. Doesn't that tell volumes? Doesn't that suggest that you people had no appetite for lawyers coming there at all?
But the question was, when you asked me, I said, yes, lawyers were not coming there. But that does not indicate that we are the people denying them access. Let me tell you one thing about Bulldozer in those days. People misunderstood Bulldozer in those days. But the fact that most of the people do not want to associate themselves.
Why is that? Why is it that people do not want to associate
with anything that has to do with either General Baji or Jami or whatever, people are always careful.
Why is that the case?
I don't know. For a reason.
Let's stop the pretense, Mr. Bojang. Is it not because of their bad reputation?
Probably it could be the case.
Is it not because these are people who are responsible for killings and disappearances?
Just speak the truth. Yes, according to the TRRC, they are responsible.
Not even the TRRC. What happened in the TRRC is not secret. These are things we had all known for the longest time. Yeah. You all know that those people were responsible for killings and disappearances.
Yes, as far as it was concerned, yes.
Exactly. And these were the same people who were leaders of Holgam, of Bulldozer.
Yes.
Exactly. So, and
General Baji.
of course, and General Baji by extension, Yaya Jammeh.
Okay.
General Baji kana ko kurdu fo ya jamme
I wouldn't agree to that. I don't have.
But who was commander in chief?
malam nun commander in chief ti
Who was Sol Baji answerable to?
ya sol baji de dam kuju malama
Exactly. So Yaya Jammeh was the head.
ya jamme lam nyaton ko
You agree?
Yes.
isonda
Good. So nobody wanted to have association with Bulldozer because it was a notorious force. It was a force that was known for its violence. It was a force known for its brutality. Nobody wanted to associate with it. That's why it was the most feared after junglers.
katum bulldozer from dingiral me alon ko akamul maslandile and mol sila de jere comme
That's how people understand it.
Well, these witnesses, these two victims, their story is really chilling.
ira tariko kulla men late kam kula me alon ko adminna warta baka
Fofana was beaten.
fofana ya lipale
Seriously.
amma imatara baka fam
And that was torture at Holgam.
walam tajire yati kamen
What do you say to that?
yemuna sota ebe mem fala woto
I said earlier on, I have no knowledge about their beating. And perhaps those who were alleged to be beating them, I don't want to talk on behalf of them.
Well, Fofana clearly said that you were not involved in beating him. In fact, just at the time he was being beaten, you left.
Fofana ya senande de kode ite da mantara la bute wuro nyi ko e men kala bari wato men bina damra pour ka bute non kalipa ite tatale
But you know,
bari ya
you knew at the time that he was going to be beaten.
ya londo sotole ko ya londa ko e kanale ka e kanali pale
How did Fofana know that I know that he was going to be beaten? How can he prove that?
Well, I should not answer questions, but I have asked that same question of Fofana, and he said as soon as you left, they surrounded him.
Fofana nyini ngawo fala bari Fofana ko di
And started beating.
tari ya ringeto yini ya muru ya kuru ya damra kalipa
If you just left and there's an accident, does it mean that you are the one who caused the accident?
Well, you can stage it for the accident to happen, and that is precisely what he is suggesting.
It may not also be you.
You had torturers at Holgam. That is why these people confessed.
There is no torturer at Holgam. As far as I am concerned, I can speak authoritatively that there is no torturer in Holgam. In fact, I am one who stand against torture or whatever beating or whatever nature in Holgam. I am totally against bribery and corruption in Holgam.
Mr. Witness, how could you explain these people who you treated so well? You said they were happy. You treated them so well.
Yes.
Yet these are the same people who would turn around to say you threatened them. And you unlawfully detained them.
When these people came to Holgam, after their confession, they were planning or they were securing their release. And as far as I am concerned, I was not ready to compromise that. So that they will not go to court. What I informed them was, go and prove your innocence before the court. They were not happy with this. When they secure bail, one of my relatives in Sukuta, Alasan sent him to me, sent her to me, and told her that he is thanking me for all the efforts that I have done for them. But they want me to leave this case, and so that the case can just die down. And what I responded to that relative. I am not the one to decide whether they are innocent or not.
Men ken tele nyanta jibel fo itollu sen ya
Even
tele
though before
man
the law
kuke fe
and
man
prove they are innocent.
eta luwa nyati lingoto ita sen
They have been investigated. Sorry.
ye kiskisle
They have been investigated.
ye kiskisle
A case file was built.
na ta ni tumir kayto ni londi nyati lingoto.
How would I look like if I turned around again and said, drop this case?
Le bentela ko jibe no nyaad ni tena ta muron ko ka fo ali ni ko ni ten ko ndal ya landi karala.
I may put my position in danger.
Sen def palaso fa dundi no kol ya kono.
And when this message was extended to them,
Silan kabriyen nan kibaro fa nan futandima.
they are not happy with me.
Man kontan tema de.
Why I know that they are not happy with me?
Na lo nyaadi le koytol man kontan na ko.
One of my relatives traveled to Casamas.
Badi ndo na ta tamale Casamas.
And they went there for this ziyara.
Tata nu ngeegi ziar.
Who went there for this year?
Wala taraje ziara la.
Two of my relatives.
Badi mfula.
When they went for the ziyara,
Tata ngi ziaro la.
they met, by their description,
Futata e benta comme ye la cool be nyame mulumo be nyame.
they don't know the name.
Re metolo.
But according to them,
Bare itol comme itol ya fa nyame.
we went to Bulldozer.
Itata nu bulldozer le.
We asked Amadou Bojang to forgive us.
Tata Ahmad Boja ya puka fay ko yam fanye
He refused.
balanta.
But we will teach him a lesson.
Bare ning ala sonta. Mba karandel be ku kendo mba
Bakarane wala da kolengol.
karandel wala da kolengol.
And when he told me this,
Wana wo kumo fonte.
I was confused. I cannot remember because there are so many cases that happened. I cannot remember who is the person.
When jakali katun kol siata non takalo mambulano jumalo mo fangote.
When I was called by the TRRC
Silan kabin TRRC fa natan ko
and saw these people on TV,
natangi mol fango jeteleto.
my mind went straight.
Kilo natan na bula.
Mr. Witness,
Sedo.
how many cases have you guys treated in Holgam?
Le case jendel fa muta kiti holgam sansan kono je.
I cannot remember.
Nta kilo to bulano la wala.
In the hundreds?
Kemol.
I cannot remember.
Hakilo to mutanola.
More than 100?
Siada kemoti le.
I cannot remember.
Nta mutanola.
More than 200?
Siada keme fuloti le.
I cannot remember.
Hakilo
More than
mutanola.
300?
Siada keme saboti.
Of course, far less than that. I cannot just remember, but it's far less than that.
And suddenly,
Oyata wotile ba
of all the cases that were treated at Holgam,
Many yalan ko ali muta holgam je.
your mind only went to this one.
Akilo dara jin drone kam.
Because by the explanation,
mi ko sata nyami.
it is pertaining to this case in Sukuta. The man is in Sukuta.
Kita Sukuta le mano ngimbe steering Sukuta le.
What you explained, you
Yes,
have
sir.
never mentioned anything Sukuta at all.
Yes, because my explanation was not completed.
Katunte mampare na sata wala tini.
How many such cases did you have from Sukuta?
The case jendel soto many yalan ko ibota sukuta la ofana.
As far as I can remember,
Ntela din hakilo se bulanu nyami.
only case that somebody came to appeal
Ko kilo mi ala ko mona ta kandani wala ko
is
wala.
only this case.
Lo nyimmol la ko dam.
So I assume that, is this case? Is this
Na ta mut wala na ngamuta ko nyimmol la ko wala.
But Mr. Witness,
Sedo.
you were told this a long time ago,
Yin fonye ko honto wari jang.
and you knew that the only case appeal from Sukuta is these people.
Don yalon ko nyin case do membe mi yalon ko dani ro kete la ko wala nyin case member sukuta.
Yet, it did not occur to you that it is these people until the TRRC called you.
For hanika bi amanna na bule sondo mo kono ko
You
nyin
want
case
us to
to wari
believe
mi
that?
TRRC kuma de lefta ngalawola.
It does not really make sense.
O hakilo to mutanola.
It does not make sense.
O hakilo to mutanola.
It makes sense
Ansul o kay mo niaji be ya.
because he who feels it knows it.
Lo sa mutano.
Well, he who feels it
Mo me yalon ko ay dimo nyin kala mutale.
are these people who were tortured in your office
Attend
by
them.
your subordinates.
Wala nyin multi men yalon ko ye tajire yala illa office oto illa du kulalu.
And the thing is,
Ko be nyame.
you cannot say
Ta phone wala.
that Keita
Ko keta
and Fofana
nim fofana.
wanted to lie against you.
Ni lefta fani yale la le kan.
Because if they wanted to lie against you, they could have simply said, that you tortured them.
Ni ngatra la tafani ya ngale.
But they did not.
They are lying.
Bari mo fo.
Manto nyale fo.
The statement that I have here,
Kuma kan ni soto jam.
if you go to paragraph 22,
Tata sapa mwani fuela.
it reads Alassane Diallo,
Nata sata ko Alassane Diallo.
all power.
Ning keba mulungo
The
nyi.
victim said you and your team
Mi alon ko mantoro molo ma ko itini la kafo molo.
took them to the cemetery
Nate samba badi koto.
in the morning
So manda.
where you ordered your team
Nate ite fango kango di ila
break
kafo molo.
to break the cemetery padlock.
For your information,
Yes.
E kibaro kan be kibaru la nyina ko.
the two witnesses who testified
Sede fulol meni la sede ndrodi.
have even agreed that Alassane lied in that statement.
Ibe son da nyina ko Alassane kuma soto balol.
Because
ka kunko.
Alassane adopted their story.
Adum Alassane yetol fon la kuma kon ay wala.
He wasn't there.
Amantara nunje.
Because nothing happened.
They
all narrated the same life stories. They were interdependent when they were, and that's why their stories look similar.
These two witnesses clearly said that Alassane lied. They said Alassane lied. Alassane adopted what happened to them because they have explained it to Alassane. And we have tested it. These two people, their stories are identical. Alassane's story is different. They said Alassane lied, but they said you took them to the cemetery.
Okay, now, there are people who were mentioned to be part of the vehicle and to be inside the vehicle who took them to the cemetery.
All of you at Holgam would deny.
If that would be the concept of the commission, then that would be the concept.
Mr. Witness, just answer the question. Okay? My job is to ask you questions and for you to answer. Don't start characterizing the commission. You don't know how the commission thinks, how it operates. You don't know how they are going to arrive at their conclusions. Thank you very much. Right. We ask questions to test your story, so that the commissioners would be able to make an assessment and determine who is truthful or who is not truthful. And be rest assured that as council we take no position in these things. We ask difficult questions because we have to test the story. These two witnesses, they are both consistent that they said you took them out there at 3 a.m. And it's not recorded in the book.
It is not recorded because it's not part of the activities.
But it's not all activities that are recorded. And I have checked the book. Keita was taken to Sukuta to arrest Fofana. It is recorded, but Keita's name is not mentioned at all. But he was taken out, it's not mentioned.
Normally what happened when we are...
You accept that it's not mentioned?
Yes, it's not mentioned, but
exactly fine. Just hold it again. Fofana was also taken to go and arrest Alassane. The team was stated. Fofana was not mentioned. And so you would agree that it's not every time that these suspects who are taken out that it's recorded. You agree?
These suspects at any point in time that they have been transported from place to place. Equally also the police stations that
what happens? Because what you said is incomplete. These suspects, each time they are being transported from place to place?
Yes, they are recorded.
Okay, I'm sorry. Come and show me in this book where it is recorded that Keita was taken to go and arrest.
No, that is not there. That is not written there. Written there.
So you then you withdraw what you said. What you said is not true.
That's the point that I was trying to make. That if they are going to arrest, normally they record the senior man's name and the rest are men.
Mr. Witness, you say the men referring to your own people.
Yes.
You don't say men referring to suspects or detainees. You agree that on this particular occasion the detainees' name, the detainees' movement was not mentioned. So what you therefore said, that all movements of detainees is recorded, is not true.
In that context, yes.
And equally, them being removed from Holgam and taken to the Carnifing Cemetery, if it happened at all, is something that may not have been recorded.
Like I said,
even some of my movements here, I am not aware of them being recorded.
Just hear me out. Just wait. With that answer, it's therefore suggest that you cannot use this record as defense that these people were not taken to Carnifing Cemetery because it's not recorded.
So
That cemetery issue has never happened, Council.
But just answer the question. You have said that. You have said it has never happened, but just answer the question.
Yes.
You agree that you cannot use this register as defense to the accusation that you took them to the cemetery because the register does not indicate that you took them out.
Yes, of course, we cannot rely only on the evidence of the register.
So you agree that the records of the register is in fact incomplete.
Yeah, because it failed to mention their names. And anybody who is not part of it may not understand.
But not only that, it does not even record your own movements.
There are a lot of my movements being recorded.
And equally, that movement of yours from Holgam to the cemetery, if it occurred at all, may not have been recorded. So clearly it's not recorded.
It may also be recorded.
But clearly it's not recorded. Just like your other movements is not recorded.
Most of my movements, as far as I'm concerned, I'm even seeing some of my movements, I am never aware that they have been recorded. So I wouldn't be able to take count to measure whether all my movements are recorded.
But it was your own suggestion that some of your movements were not recorded.
I never said that. Some of my movements were recorded.
If you look at, well, by saying some, you're obviously excluding others.
Because I'm not sure 100% everything has been captured.
Looking at the register, on that night, you went out after 1 a.m.
Talankilin sudo.
Which night?
Suta juma.
The night of the 11th, going to the 12th.
Sudo kata tanim fuloka.
I could remember I went out.
Akilo sabula
I
funtira
think so.
funtira ni natamurundang 12 mafangot.
Yes,
I believe.
I know you studied the register because this was in your possession. Can you provide that? Did you go out again after that night, after that time? Well, let's check. Let's check what happened. No, not this one. Just a moment. Yes, Captain Bojang.
Captain Bojang.
You left the base
Ibuda dingkiranya to Holgam le Sansankono.
at 1:25
Talankilin tambita minute muangani bulu.
on the 12th,
Karotil tannim fula.
1:25 a.m.
Karo Montoro waro talankilin sudo udala.
Where could you have gone?
Saya bita min tola Montoro waro la.
This was done by, we go to the checkpoints,
Dara lol la kata lol
and
checkpoint.
we also go on patrols. When we send checkpoints,
Where was the closest checkpoint?
Checkpoint jumal me alonko wala katata dingkiranya la dingkirala.
perhaps the closest checkpoint to Bulldozer was around the traffic light.
Traffic light mafa wala checkpoint wala sutata bulldozer.
It will take you minimum 30 minutes to go back and forth.
Kata kana betar la beta la Montoro minute tanzabala.
Sometimes I even stay more than 30 minutes.
Kasi wa do fay tambe minute tansabala.
And where would you go for patrol?
Sani kata murumuru la mintole.
Patrol, normally we go out in a team.
Wa do ni ko funti ni timul.
Sometimes
But this did not say that you went with a team.
Bare buko kono jang ma itande jego alkafu male tata.
if I can see the,
Ben sola nga jibe.
Just a moment. Oh, I said, look at entry 7 and 8 of 12 May. This is 1:25 in the morning.
Ngela sudo dura lalla talankilin tambita minute.
It is not like that hour where you...
I cannot remember this because it's I left 1:25, I returned
1:30.
1:30.
Hakilo mambulangi
And
makati
that is
mbota
good
je
enough time.
125 murunta na 130.
That is good enough time to leave Holgam, go to the cemetery, spend some time and return, because as far as you're concerned, it takes 30 seconds to drive there and 30 seconds to come back, 1 minute.
But But the situation that they have explained here, that they left 3 a.m.
They
They left the base 3 a.m.
That is their belief.
That is what they've stated. And they are back around 4. And if you look at all the things that they have explained, that could not have fit within 5 minutes. Because I stopped at the gate, according to them, and perhaps instructed them to say their last prayers. And we also made some discussions. And I questioned Musa and ordered my men to break the padlock.
You are mixing testimonies. Discount Alasan. They said he was in there. Just focus on the 2 testimonies.
All these activities could not be fit 5 minutes. And also return back to base.
The activities you just described, you've described them on a 1 minute. They can occur in 5 minutes.
And so as far as I am concerned, the issue of cemetery has never existed in this world.
That is your testimony.
That is my testimony.
You deny it completely.
Completely I deny it.
But the thing is,
yes,
even this cemetery thing,
yes,
it's just a threat.
Yes.
That you are alleged to have made.
Yes.
The most concrete violation,
yes,
is their unlawful detention and the torture.
And I admit that. I admit that they were detained over the time. So I think I would have even taken a honor that the final this thing, I have forgiven them. I could have explained that yes, I did it, and I forgive them because of this.
Mr. Witness, you are in no position to forgive anybody. No, if there is anything, you ought to beg them for their forgiveness.
No.
Because you unlawfully detained them.
No. What I'm saying was, while at the cemetery, they said that I have forgiven them not to execute them any longer. So that could have been a honor for me. That at least I have done bad, but I have done something good.
How could anyone take honor from that?
No, what I'm saying, okay, let me use another word. Maybe I could have said, okay, at least I have done something good.
But it would have been mighty. It would have been mighty embarrassing and utterly disappointing for you to have done that, wouldn't it?
It would have been a disappointment on my side.
And precisely the point. Like most people would behave, they would deny it because it is disappointing behavior.
But I think what is more disappointing here, it is to admit that I have detained these people beyond the time. They have not accused me for killing them.
They
have not accused me for killing them. They only said I wanted to kill them. And thank God they are alive. But I owe it to this commission to tell them the facts. That if it has not happened, I would not say it has happened. It has never happened.
We have heard your story. You said it has never happened. The commission would weigh what you've said and what the witnesses, the victims have said. And the commission would make a finding. But you accept that violation of rights was normal at Holgam.
reason da nyindala ko nyanta tinyani mu kula de melon ko dalina kulam holgam.
Their detention as a violation was not normal. It was not correct.
It
was unlawful. But things like this used to happen. Correct?
Well, I cannot recall anybody who has been detained beyond 3, because sometimes when other people come, we just charge them and give them. Honestly.
Well, are you prepared to take responsibility for all the unlawful detentions that happened at Holga? The commission investigators would analyze the activity register.
Commission wala kisikisirla ni register ni na ko ni ba jubela ya korosi ya tame ya jube
and would extract the list of all unlawful detentions.
And mol men yalan ko ye sindije luwanda ya kan ale men mudare sindije dol be tol bondila ko nole.
And in fact, Mr. Witness, we have received another information from a person who was brought at Holgam and manhandled by you and your men.
I cannot remember this person.
For now, the only thing you are prepared to accept is the illegalities of the detentions. But you know how bad these illegal detentions can also be.
Because it has happened. When it has happened,
no, just answer the question. You know firsthand how bad these illegal detentions can be.
I'm not aware.
Well, you lost your child because you were unlawfully detained.
Yes.
So do you therefore know firsthand how painful this can be? Would you answer now, please? Would you answer now?
Yes, I know.
When it happened to you, you felt bad. You were angry with the president, then president, for doing that to you.
Yes.
But you did it to other people just because you wanted to satisfy that same president.
I'm not satisfied. I was not satisfied with the
president.
Well, you told, just a moment, you told the commission that you had to save your job. So you had to detain these people there until you get to the bottom of it. You forgot you told that, the commission.
I cannot remember saying I saved my job.
You did say that. You said you had to make sure that you did this because you had to protect yourself.
I could talk like that. I could not recall all what I said.
Well, I recall what you said because I am paying full attention to what you say.
It is the responsibility of the security officers.
What security officers?
It is the responsibility of the security officers of this country, which include members of Bulldozer, ensure the security of this country. And also If there is any threat to the president, it doesn't matter how he is. As far as he is democratically elected, I think professionally, no matter whether he has done anything bad or not, the Constitution has mandated us. And perhaps that is the reason why we acted to arrest for that threat. I'm sorry. Let me. So that I'm not confusing you. We are not mandated by the Constitution to violate any portion of it. So in the execution of my duty,
just hold a second. We know you are entrusted with the security of this state. But we did not entrust you with the responsibility to violate our rights.
Exactly.
So you cannot hide behind security issues to violate the rights of the people.
I'm not hiding.
What you did was wrong.
Yeah, illegal detention is wrong.
It cannot be justified.
Maybe perhaps the reasons, we can only give reasons, but if they are not in conformity with the law, it's wrong.
So you agree that it was not justified by law? Under the law.
Because the Constitution has a stipulated time, so it is not correct.
Do you regret what you have done?
Yes, of course.
Would you apologize to these people for unlawfully detaining them?
Yes, I will do.
Would you ask for their forgiveness?
Yes, I will do.
I have no further questions for this witness, but Mr. Witness, remember that this issue of the tortures would be further investigated, and you have your chance to say what actually happened, and you have denied them completely. So just be prepared to live with the consequences of further evidence emerging on this particular issue.
I'm prepared for any consequences as far as this allegation level against me is concerned, the ones that I have denied, that if they happen to be true, I am prepared to face any consequences, because I know they are not true.
Nonetheless, you have violated the rights of at least 3 Gambians.
Yes, as far as my responsibility is concerned, as the commander, I take the responsibility. I am the one in charge, so whatever comes in that institution,
Mr. Witness, this is... I think the favorite line of the army is to hide behind command responsibility. This is not command responsibility. This is individual direct responsibility. You ordered their detention. You kept them in detention. You cannot blame it on command responsibility.
Coming forward, Italy moti mi alon ko Italy yamaro di pour yam amare sindi dula killing. So ita fula no ko komi yamaro nya bulata bulata nyono. Ita kundinga fuma.
Commandati.
I am the command, so I am saying I am the command. I am not blaming it up or down. I am the command. I am the one. I was the one in charge, so I take the full responsibility. That's what I was saying.
You are not taking responsibility because you are commander. You are taking responsibility because you ordered and directed their detention. You ensured their detention. Individual responsibility is different from command responsibility.
In this regard, I am in command responsibility, so I cannot.
I am sorry to disappoint you. This is not command responsibility. This is individual responsibility. Perhaps maybe, Mr. Chair, the Commission should recommend that the Army be instructed in these things, because it does not look like these concepts are well understood by the officer corps in the Army.
So Chair, community is a cook di mialanko nga soldier bunda yu amara la pour ye ke fendi mialanko sela mo londa la kendeke kata kam to ko mo karo faham bake.
But let me make it a whole lot easier. Do you accept personal responsibility for the unlawful detention of these people?
Matanga ke asonia fo ibatale kung fele bang ka fogo sang itale ya tinna nyimol mialanko ye sindi dlakeling.
So I want you to clarify this concept for me before I answer the question. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm not acting in my personal capacity. I'm working for this nation. And I'm entrusted a responsibility. And I'm discharging that responsibility. If there is a right violation within that, my understanding is hence I am the commander, and that they have been detained beyond. That is why I said I take responsibility as commander of bulldozer. But perhaps I may grave your indulgence to.
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, I should just break it down very easily for this witness. This is not a class to instruct the soldiers on the law of responsibility. But I would break it down for you. And the easiest test is whether the responsibility arises from your personal conduct or it arises from the conduct of other people.
Say, Sonia, because it's on the Yaminating. For Kule Mialango, it phone yake fay, walla fo, Yamarole Mialanka, Bota Santola, a far for the table.
Whether it arises from the conduct of other people.
I'm
not sure whether that is very correct either. And the test is whether there is anything that you have personally done which has given rise to liability. Like you order something. You personally did it? Or you conspired with other people? Any contribution that you have made for a particular consequence to occur, you are individually responsible. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
So the concept of command responsibility will come
command responsibility.
If you know that your subordinates are going to do something and you did not stop it, and they do it,
yake
that is command responsibility.
ikafole command responsibility
Or
walla
your subordinates do something,
wala la dumalankol wala fenke
you did not know they were going to do it,
itama lonko bawo kelele
but you later realized that they did it.
bari nata na long labang la ko yo kele
It's a violation of the law,
wo mu kuti mi anka ay luati nyalem
and you did not prevent it from happening, or you did not punish it when you noticed.
ani mo ko tanka praka na ke wala kabra ko kerin ko la man kuluro laje
That is command responsibility.
ikafole command responsibility
So command responsibility has two limbs.
sa ya command responsibility sila fulala bije
Failure to prevent
follow wala ima ke ko nyanta kala nyam pour ka tankandiro ke
or failure to punish.
wala iman tanka kuluro la ko
The conduct of subordinates.
comme miliaran ko bela dumala ye manya minge
That is command responsibility.
ka fole command responsibility
Individual responsibility.
sa mo ko miliaran ko fongole wo ke fay
If you have contributed to the acts that are prescribed.
na tara ko miliaran ko wolbe ke karite ida dunta je wala ye ku ke jele
So you see the difference.
ya fatam faso ni jele sin
In this particular
sa
occasion,
nyim ko do nyimbe kerente
you ordered the arrest, you ordered the detention.
itela ko pour ye mol muta andu itela ko ye mabo
The fact that you ordered it
ninkan ko itela ya fodoro ya marodi
removes it from the box of command responsibility
wayo bondele box ote ka fo me command responsibility
and puts it squarely on your shoulders as an individual.
sa na tala ko ba kunkungoto ko itela moti mi ala ko itela wo ya marodi
You understand now?
sa ya faham le ba
I understand.
So you are individually responsible
sa wote ite fon kundole wo kuwalke
for the unlawful detention of these people.
wala kulti mi ala ko ye nyumol mem muta tara an imala luaka
Hade.
Could you answer now?
Yes.
So would you apologize to them?
febe yam ko dan le bunne
Could you answer now?
jabiroke
Yes, I will.
Hade mbe yam fo dani le.
Thank you very much. Before we move further, Mr. Chair, let me put in the exhibits.
janimba kontina Mr. Chair mbatu ngani sebe andiro dundi
Mola, could you give me the statements and the other register?
There's one that I have signed.
Mr. Witness, how many, do you still have other material belonging to Holgam?
Wahani sa fengol
Do you
bule
still
na
have
holgam
other
parliament
documents belonging to
komin
Holgam?
kaitol mi ala
These are the most significant ones. The rest are just
Lum kumalti.
maybe perhaps
Mi alon ko ko gam la
reading
bagaso le
materials or
dem.
whatever.
Dol to ma do mu karan le fengol le to doron mi
You
alon.
surrender them to the TRRC investigators?
isa dino tia si kiski lala
Mbakila le inshallah.
And your certificate?
Anila certificate ni.
Mr. Chair, may I ask that the statement of the witness be exhibited as Exhibit 197?
You say D as in David?
197, Exhibit 197.
Yeah, sure, that's what I
And the register, the diary from 24 March 2016 to 24 May 2016 with Exhibit 197A. And the second diary from 22nd May 2016 should be Exhibit 197B. And the choir book showing the movement of the suspects should be Exhibit 197C.
Why do you call it a choir book?
A what?
Why do you call it the choir book?
A choir book. Well,
Oh,
that's,
sorry. Yes, that's
yes,
fine.
choir book, yes. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No further questions from the witness.
And the witness was
And the list of liars should be Exhibit 197D.
But that was not the promise.
No, the promise was to keep it away from the public.
Okay.
Huh?
All right.
Okay.
No, the commissioners have seen that one. Thank you, Commissioner Carr. Council, the Chair would request that we make sure that these documents that have just been exhibited shall never go back to the witness.
Yes, it would not.
Okay, fine. And at some point, if we think that the last one should be sealed for a certain number of years, then we will discuss that at the end of our proceedings.
Indeed, thank you very much.
And thank you, Counsel, thank you, witness, for coming to testify.
Abaraka baga Counsel, abaraka baga sedo na jampro kela sedi andiro di.
At one point, last a few minutes of your testimony, you were saying that something on behalf of all sections of the security services. Your words were that we are not mandated by the Constitution to torture. Well, the Constitution expressly prohibits you from doing that in Section 21. Gives them freedom of, from torture to every person in the territorial jurisdiction of the Gambia. Section 21 says very clearly, no person shall be subject to torture or inhuman degrading punishment or other treatment. That's an express prohibition from torturing. Commissioners, if you have any questions to ask witness, please indicate. If not, Mr. Bojang, if you have any concluding remarks to make, please proceed to make them now.
This time around, I would like my concluding remarks in local language.
You may please proceed.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin.
I thank God.
Na alatentu.
I thank God.
By
the time that I am here to
pour kana danku TRRC la.
To come and answer to the TRRC.
Mbe Commissioner Sise Kontona na doku nyolo.
I am sending my greetings to Commissioner Kinte and his colleagues.
Mbe lead council Kontona.
I am greeting the lead council SFL.
Mbe duala li albe doku kendo minna fo ala sa futanda nyama.
I am praying for you the good work that you are doing for God to help you complete it.
Mbe afala Gambian ko.
I am saying to the Gambian people.
Yankumandi TRRC dalilo minna.
The reason why I am called before the TRRC
wala minti ko wato minna mbe bulldozer.
Is the time that I was working at the bulldozer.
Ko luwa la nyanto dol beje wal tinyatale.
Because there are some rules or laws that were violated.
Wala ngamol detain ngamol mutalenge arrest.
That is, we have apprehended some people.
Bari metale and luwa man song wala.
And we have apprehended them for so long, and the law does not allow that.
And ndefana nata so wala ko fana manke tonyati.
And I have accepted that that is not correct.
Katunga al-Quran la mutangata ki.
Because I have took the Quran and swore. Then I should not say something here that is not true.
Ibrahim Keta.
And
Musa Fofana. Adamadigu mantimma.
Human being is not perfect.
And Commission Jang approved tako kaitandiko.
And it has been proven here that you have been detained for more than 14 days. And that is in contravention to the laws. And based on that reason, I am begging for forgiveness. For the reason being all the time that you have spent in your detentions. I want you to forgive me. You including your family members. Human being is not perfect. Anyone who is working, you can make mistake at any time. So by detaining somebody for more than 14 days, that is in contravention to the law. And I did not do the right thing there. And based on that, I have offended you people. And I'm asking for forgiveness for you people to forgive me. My family that are watching me now, and my loved ones, and those soldiers that are working under me, anyone who has something that saddens you, I am asking you to forgive me. You know, being a leadership is like that. Sometimes you can be a leader. Certain things will occur that is in contravention to the rules and in the event such things happen, you should accept the truth. This commission is established. They are not here to witch hunt anybody. But they want to know what has happened, how it happened, so that it will not occur tomorrow. And by today, I will not make myself very big. Come and sit before this commission here. I see myself as a senior officer. I took the Quran and swore to it between me and Allah. And I have come to realize that it is something that has happened during my work and it will not go well with the rules and regulations. And I then refused that. That is not being a good Muslim. That is not a humanitarian. A human being, you should lower yourself. If I did anything to anyone, anyone who is not happy about my conduct, by then I was working as a bulldozer officer.
Mbe yam fo dan lal mi me be bulu.
I am asking all of you for forgiveness.
Comme banku do ko lam dron.
And as I it's just we are working for our country.
Loi do mobe ka belon no.
And the law, you cannot be known to all the rules and regulations of the law.
Isikudol kele malon ko ebe kuleta man ka min manyam.
You can do something and you will not realize that it is against the law.
Ando asikentela we mo jamale tora.
And maybe that action has affected so many people.
Makala mutafam.
And I'm not aware of it.
Mbe yam fo danal me be bulu.
I am asking all of you for forgiveness.
Hanning ayatra momun narja momin manana jam.
Even though there are people who came here or they don't even appear before the commission,
Mbe yam fo danal bulu.
I am asking all of you for forgiveness.
Alhamdulillah nga alatentu.
I have thanked God.
Sangi tan saba anum fembe do ko wala.
I have been working for 30 something years.
Alaman nana mo fambulu.
I have never killed somebody.
Alanene matin nanga busoti ka ngamu butela.
It never made me to take a stick to hit somebody.
Woto ni luwati nyata mbulu.
Then if I have did something that is not in order with the law,
Nyanta sonnale.
I should accept that.
Andu sonda wala le.
And I have accepted it.
Musa Fofana.
Musa Fofana.
Nalo njaran ko le muti.
I know you are a Jaranka.
Ndung kunu dia mute kam fatan kam mabake.
I know yesterday you have spoken and you were very angry with me.
Mamuda fendi.
I didn't take that as anything.
I
am just asking you to forgive me.
You know,
because of the banter made between Nyomi and Jara. All the difficulties and hardship you have during the time of your detention. Mr. Keta, I have heard you have narrated your story here. And you were also very angry. I am asking you people for forgiveness. I want you people to forgive me. It is very clear to me that under the law, that what I did is not in accordance with the law. That is to say, I have detained you people for more than 14 days. After that, in this country, I am also begging for forgiveness. This TRRC, the recommendation that they will make is they should really observe about the security of it. Because if you look at it in this country,
security la Kenya ka Kenya menna,
the way and manner the security issue is handled in this country, it looks like the knowledge is not much. And based on that, it does not only affect the citizens of this country, but also it affects the people who are working in the security sector. Also, I am appealing to you for you to appeal to the government.
Academy
they stand these academics,
military academy police academy
ranging from military academies to police academy, so that we can see
by the time it will be phased out from the army.
By the time it will be phased out from the army, those who will take over from us,
they will be highly privileged.
They will be highly privileged, so that they can do the work the way it's supposed to be. I am appealing to everyone for these my people that are sitting down. They are all the people that are watching. I am stopping here. I am just appealing for forgiveness. To show to Musa and Kijera. And also Alasan Jallo's family. I am asking you people for forgiveness. Forgive me. Thank you.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Bojang, for coming to testify before the commission. This testimony brings us to the end of our focus, which has been a detailed one on the National Intelligence Agency. There may be some residuals, or remaining issues, concerning NIA that may come up. But this sustained focus brings us, it's ending this afternoon.
But saying India momi nga ketanga labandula NIA la ko danta wal to follow.
We have given this much attention to the NIA
hakilo tu andunga korosi roke bake NIA la fanala
because for the 22 years it has been at the center of what tragedy befell this country.
Katunko nyisani mwani fulo be kono kuol mi yalan ko wolle kata nyim banko kan tajirente yato abe ya abebe lori to lela karola.
Since October 2nd,
October karo telefulo,
it's almost 4 good months.
Akata sa karinani sa ni ajibe.
We had nearly 70 witnesses.
Nga sanji nga wit sodol mi sodoje sa istata sere tam worowula.
Comprising victims,
wolfana dabi je yemil tora,
perpetrators,
milyalon ko wolle mol tora,
adversely mentioned persons,
mol miyalan ko ye tol fojane andu nga itandira ye tumi minna nga futandima pour ya jabiro ke.
And the former senior officers of the NIA.
Andu fana nyaton ko miyalan ko itartan do ko la NIA la bundato.
The 70 witnesses comprise this group.
Nyin seda taworo lo miyalan ko idamuta jang nyil mol min be fojay dabla taw seda taworo la kon.
We will give you a bit more detail on what happened during the past 4 months.
Bina adfula liene kenne ke kuol min kata nin kari nano min tambidate.
We'll give you that statement hopefully on Monday.
Be jikirin ko bina wo kuma kan wal fula liene tenelon.
So tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock,
sama somanda talentang
we would start a new theme.
Be kukuto la datila koten diam kuto.
And as we said a few days ago, that focus would be on the West African migrants. So we will resume our proceedings on that tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you all very much for your attention. Meeting is adjourned. We'll see you tomorrow morning.